Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Northern Area Planning Committee on the 10th of February 2026, which is one of three area-based planning committees of Dorset Council. For the benefit of the public attending today or watching on the live stream, I am Councillor Richard Crump, Sherborne West, Chair of this meeting. My Vice Chair is Councillor David Taylor, Chalmers St Mary's. Members of the committee here today are Councillor David Taylor, Barry Cooper, Councillor Alex Brenton, Councillor Sherry Jesperson isn't here today, she sent her apologies, Councillor Carol Jones, Councillor Rory Major, Councillor Val Pothegary, Councillor Belinda Rideout, Councillor James Vitale, Councillor Esfry, and Councillor Carl Wood. To support our Democratic officers today are John Miles and Louis Wicks, and being supported by Hannah Smith for planning and Philip Browder for legal. We don't have anyone today representing highways. About live streaming. This meeting is being live streamed and will be available to view on the council website afterwards. By attending this meeting, you consent to being filmed. Can I remind everyone that when you're speaking, please speak directly into the microphones so that you can be clearly heard and seen. Please I remind members about discussing applications with one another during any adjournments to not do so. The Planning Committee is not a public meeting, but a meeting to which the public is invited. All attendees must comply with the ruling of the chair. They must not interrupt the meeting, nor cause undue disturbance. To support this, please switch off your mobile phones or select silent mode for the duration of the meeting. And those using Teams, please ensure microphones are on mute, your device volume set to 0 to maintain audio quality. I thought that with so many members of the public and today, that it would be useful to explain the format to members of the public. It's a structured meeting whose purpose is to decide planning applications. The way that it works is that there are 12 members, including the chair. The planning officers present planning applications to the members of the committee and to the public, along with a recommendation. After that, objectors, supporters, and applicants have strictly 3 minutes each to speak, as long as they registered by the deadline of last Friday at 8:30. Local ward members also have 3 minutes to speak. Once the public speaking is complete, members of the committee then ask mostly technical questions of the officer about the application. Once those are satisfied, we move on to the debate amongst the members. At the end, a vote is taken to determine the planning application. The nature of the meeting is that strictly no questions or interruptions may be made by anyone who are not on the committee. Also, no papers or evidence can be handed to the committee at any time. Just to remind everyone, only those who have registered to speak in accordance with speaking protocol will be invited to address the committee for a maximum of 3 minutes. We have 5 applications to determine today. They are 3 Wishes Paddock, Yetminster, to retain land as a gypsy traveller pitch. Land east of Hermitage Village Hall to carry out alterations to a barn and to change of use to office. A stall at Bristol Road, Sherborne, to convert into a single dwelling. Linden Grove, Dosage St Michael, to add extensions and porch to a house. Angel Lane, Shaftesbury, to form an opening in the rear garden wall for access. For all applications, the case officer will be invited to present their report and recommendations. Speakers will be invited to speak either in favour or against. Committee members will be given the opportunity to ask questions of the planning officers before moving on to the debate. At the end of the debate, I'll take the vote by a show of hands. The voting detail will be recorded in the minutes if 3 or more members make the necessary request. For each application, the case officer will be invited to present their report and recommendations. Next, I invite members of the public who have registered to speak to address the committee in the following order: public against, public in support, applicant or agent, town or parish council, board members. Each speaker has 3 minutes. Please come to the small table at the front, just over there with a red tablecloth on it. Sit down on a chair, turn on the microphone by pressing the right-hand side button and press it again to turn it off when finished. Please speak clearly. I'll give you a heads up when you have 30 seconds left of your 3 minutes. Following public speaking, the planning officers will have the opportunity to address any salient points they wish to clarify, and committee members will be given the opportunity to ask questions of the planning officers before moving on to the debate. We go into councillor questions and debate for the benefit of the public watching. Can members state their name and ward when addressing the meeting, always directing your comments via the chair? At the end of the debate, I'll take the vote by a show of hands. Now, I'll start the agenda. Apologies. We have received apologies from Councillor Sherry Jesperson. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest or other conflict or bias from any of the members? No. Good. Minutes of the last meeting. Please can we, by a show of hands, approve the minutes of the last meeting held on Tuesday, 9th of December. Thank you very much for that. We'll sign that after the meeting. Members of the public wishing to speak to the committee on the planning application should notify Democratic Services Officer no later than 2 days before the meeting. The deadline for this meeting was Friday, 6th of February, 8:30. As I mentioned, we have 5 planning applications to consider. So I'll now start with the first one. This is application P/2025/05422, Three Wishes Paddock, Closed Lane, Getminster. Cass, could you please go ahead and present this application? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As an update to the parish officer reports and that's of procedure volume 2, naturally we're going to have responded to the consultation and confirm that they have no objections to the completion of the habitat assessment, which can use no likely significant effect on the ISO mitigation of impacts on the sunset level mutual catchment by waste disposal outside of any mutual catchments is secured by a neighbouring and should permission be forthcoming. That's a matter of clarification and confirmation from naturally. Let's go through the application. We are in assessment. Just like that assessment, you get it's the application size is at the top here, joint to Coles Lane. Black line is the settlement boundary at the Getminster. Just zooming in slightly, here's the application site at the top. Coles Lane leads down to the village here. So you 3 triangles of residential and dwellings, and the red triangles are commercial. While this is school here and in the solution. The application site here is a suite of buildings sited around a yard of Coles Lane. The site lies just outside the defined development boundary for the Exeter settlement boundary being around 100 metres to the south, which includes the plains along Coles Lane. Access to the site is via Coles Lane, and the site is bounded by a close with fencing firms and trees around the site. There's fence here, site street up here. The site is located within an area defined as countryside, as it's about the settlement boundary. It's only 100 metres from that boundary, and it's well located to the Exeter, where there's an appropriate level of facilities and services, including a store and shop, to be able to sustain residential accommodation proposed. There's also considered that facilities and services at the Exeter can easily be accessed from the site by foot. So a quick going through the site history. There was an application for residential use of the site, where a second lawful application following a referral from planning enforcement. This certificate of lawfulness originally sought to establish lawful use of the site for residential occupation. However, insufficient evidence was provided to support that certificate application to support the residential occupation occupation. And so the certificate was issued for 2 of the existing buildings in mixed use, agriculture, storage, stables, poultry and non-business only. Therefore, the main consideration of this application is the principle of the use of a single gypsy traveller. The application description has been amended for clarity following comments from the parish council, and now specifies specifically the retention of 1 building for use of day room, citing 1 under mobile home, 1 under touring caravan, residential occupation by gypsy travellers. So here's a picture of the site location plan. The background for the application just includes the buildings and the yards and access from Coles Lane. This building at the top and this building at the bottom are the 2 that benefit from the certificate of lawfulness for the mixed use. And this building in the middle uses the day room. It's worth noting that the application deadline boundary does not include the site on. This is the proposed layout. This building at the top and this building at the bottom are the 2 that benefit from the certificate of lawfulness for the next use. This is the day room. This is the location in the yard for the mobile home and the top caravan. Here are the plans for the day room, which is in the middle. The applicant is aware that this application does not expressly allow the day room unit itself to become a residential unit. The applicant can use the Torah caravan, and it's my understanding that it's his intention to acquire a mobile home on receipt of planning permission for more permanent letting into the yard. The applicant is aware of the description of the proposal and of the wording in the proposed conditions, which would restrict the use of the site to a farm pitch. The applicant is also aware of the need for building regulations and other matters such as council tax, records, correction, etc. So here's some photos to show you what the site looks like. It resembles a very low-key agricultural setting. This is the yard in which the caravan site is. This building to the back is one of the buildings which has got lawfulness for log storage and stables. It's the daily one on the left. So this is the day room here, accessing to the site with the gates, and the building which has at least a bit of lawfulness. Turning around, this is the boundary of the site of the yard, the area of the ponds that are covered outside the application site. And then turning around towards the back of the yard, the mobile home is here, it's building for and parking. It's worth noting on all these photos, you can see how the site is a bit dark. It was on the storms there. The site was bounded by this established belt of streets goes all the way down the site. So coming out of the site is the entrance into the yard. Back and here. And this is turning and looking down the exit track towards Coles Lane. These fields on the inside and the chickens, etc. And it's the access on the Coles Lane. It's worth noting that this is the only gating fencing at this publicly visible space. And to my mind, it's particularly offensive and doesn't completely always when you compare it to other residential and agricultural entrances as far as the case. So this is where the whole lane splits up to the application site here, and then it becomes a public right of way here. Again, shows the boundary between the workings around the site. So discussion in principle of the proposal. There is a lack of site legitimacy in the traveller household district. I won't go into the detail of the evidence based and policies regarding the provision of gypsum traveller licences thoroughly detailed in the report. But it is worth highlighting that in total, following the latest assessment of traveller sites, there shows a need of 153 pitches and 16 plots. There is a significant shortfall of pitches in the Dorset area. Regularising the planning permission for sites that are temporary or unauthorised is an accepted route to provide these sites which have outlined in the policy documents. Therefore, the principle of this application is very supportable. This discussion should follow the assumption that the proposed conditions may be applied as forthcoming for the application. These would restrict the permission to one pitch to include one tourer, one mobile home, and the use of the existing day room in association with that pitch. And the site area will be limited to the red line boundary as shown in the location plan. So just to summarise the principle, the location of the outlined at the top of the presentation is very something that works within what we discussed here in its facilities and services, and the provision of a permanent pitch will continue to count towards Dorset's pitches, and it would be available to any future occupiers who comply with the definition. So the principle of the application is to recognise the site as acceptable in light of the shortfall leads to the consideration taken into account today. The site is relatively modest in size and resembles an agricultural farmyard. The buildings are single storey and are well screened with mature vegetation on the sides. As such, it does not consider that any additional landscaping will be required. Planning policy of the traveller site, paragraph 28, details that local planning authorities should attach weights sites that softly landscaped and well located. Paragraph 28 also states the way should be given to effective use of previously developed untidy or derelict land. The coast border fence of the gateway into the site is the only coast border fence other than the one into the site itself. And to me, this site is this fencing is appropriate with regards to the fact that the site agriculture and residential entrance. It's well suited and also has well established tree belt. Therefore, the proposal makes paragraph 28 the traffic guidance that weight must be given to. Two of the buildings on site are associated with the certificate of lawfulness that has the mixed use of the site, which was to a shade with poultry and non-business. The danger is already in situ, that is included in this application as part of the regularisation to facilitate the social in relation to the site. All of the buildings are single storey. It is considered that as the site is already agricultural in character, the new buildings will be added to the site, more increasing the size of the is accessible in planning terms with an acceptable visual impact on the character of the area. The site does not include the ponds to the east, just includes the yards and the buildings. The character of the area would therefore not be detrimentally affected by the use of the site for residential purposes for prolongation of the site to one overflowing on one tourer. The agricultural character of the site is already screened by an established belt of trees, and there's no additional landscaping required. Therefore, it is considered a proposal complying with policy and tenants. With regards to residential amenity, the site is well related to its other member, but also well separated from the dwellings and Coles Lane. The site is here, so the Coles Lane dwellings are only 70 metres to the same. Certainly, it's sufficient residents from neighbouring dwellings not to oppose any issue with regards to disturbance or overlooking or overshadowing. And the vehicle movements associated with just one pitch are not considered to be adverse, taking into account disturbance from the use of the occupants of the pitch by those vehicle movements. So other matters to consider: highways. Concerns of residents that increased vehicular movements are noted. However, the use of the site by one pitch is not considered to be significant. That to impact on the safety of the highways network is assessed by the highways engineer. As such, highways have no objection to proposals. It's worth noting that the movements from one pitch will be similar or less than if the site was used for agriculture purposes. As such, the proposal is acceptable in highway terms and complies with local plan policies. With regards to flooding, the site is outside match areas at risk of groundwater emergence. It's outside flood zones 2 and 3. It is outside of match areas for surface flooding risk. There is a smattering of match surface water risk along Coles Lane, but in itself, this will not affect emergency access. As I said, I was there for the flood last week, and in Coles Lane it was wet, but it was possible with most things. The site does not include the ponds area to the east, and mobile accommodation is sited on the existing permeable gravel yard. The buildings are existing, so there will be no increase in impermeable servicing, and there are no changes to access or lane proposed. As such, there will be no increase in impermeable areas in the proposal, and office is satisfied that the proposals will not increase the risk of flooding elsewhere. The accommodation will not be sited on any areas at risk of surface water flooding, and as such, the development will be safe for its lifetime. Therefore, I do with regards to neutrality around drainage arrangements, this has to be taken into consideration and sites within the sunset levels and more nutrient catchments. There is an existing cesspit on the site. The existing toilet facilities within the daily market to the cesspit. The waste management company who emptied the cesspit have confirmed that they can facilitate waste that is taken from the cesspit to even the Bristol or Trowbridge plants, which are both located outside of any nutrient catchments. The Council's Environmental Assessment Team have confirmed that as this type of system doesn't release sewage into the ground or to surface water, the cesspit is like store waste. But as long as the cesspit is emptied regularly by a registered waste carrier and does not leak or overflow, there will be no nutrients in the amounts of catchment if waste must be taken outside of any nutrient catchments. As such, following the confirmation from the waste carrier that they will guarantee that waste can be taken outside to dispose of the nutrient catchment area, the application can be screened out and having any effect on the sunset or more nutrient catchments. This would be secured by legal agreements and following the easy support coming. The agent has provided correspondence to the landowner that he is willing to enter into such agreement to secure the waste to be disposed of accordingly. And as I said at the top of the presentation, this proposal that this approach is acceptable to natural England as a solution for nutrient neutrality. With regards to biodiversity, there is no new operational development for new structures, and the application is therefore BNG exempt. The change in use of site of the caravans along the existing area of hard standing is not considered to secure biodiversity enhancements in this area. The red line is not expanding to the adjoining land where the ponds are to the east, and as such, there will be no result of disturbance to any ecological habitats. So in conclusion, housing policies in both local and neighbourhood plans are silent with regards to accommodation, gypsy travellers, and the washboard on Netherlands, the Dorset areas outlined in the gypsy traveller assessments. National planning policy for travellers up to paragraph 88 details that where local planning authorities cannot demonstrate an up-to-date 5 years of sites until to balance compliance. Therefore, given the lack of sites across the districts and proposal being exception housing, it is considered that there are no strong reasons for increasing the development, there are no adverse impacts that would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of providing one permanent pitch in a sustainable location when assessed against very much taken as a whole. The application seeks to consent for a permanent pitch without personal restriction, and therefore this would count towards the Dorset number of pitches and be available to any future occupants who comply with the definition of gypsy. As such, the principle of development is considered acceptable, and the applications are recommended for approval subject to securing the legal agreement to remove waste on the catchment and conditions restricting the use of the pitch and use.
Thanks, Cass. Please can I ask, Ruth Munns, the agent to speak, go down to the table there, speak for 3 minutes, and I'll give you a 30-second heads up before it ends. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I know that members will have familiarised themselves with the details of the proposal before today's meeting, and thank you, Cass, for going over it. Nonetheless, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to revisit what I believe to be the key issues. I just want to begin by highlighting that there have been no objections from the consultees. The officer's report has found no conflict with planning policy, and there is an identified, undisputed, relatively high level of unmet need for gypsy and traveller pitches in Dorset. As set out in policy, the provision of gypsy traveller sites is key to reducing tensions between the settled and the traveller communities and reducing the inequalities that these communities face. In my view, the site is incredibly well suited for use as a gypsy traveller pitch. When assessing the proposal against national planning policy for traveller sites, it's clearly sustainably located. This policy, as you will know, doesn't prohibit traveller sites outside of the settlement boundary. Instead, it places strict limits on development that is away from existing settlement and emphasises the importance of providing a settled base from which to access services. In this case, the site is, as we know, very close to Yetminster, and access to services and public transport with a primary school, shop and a train station within walking distance. The impact and ecological impact of the proposal is minimal. The site itself is naturally very well screened by mature trees and hedgerows, and the proposed siting of the mobile home fits well within the context of the existing lawful development. No additional hard standing or operational development other than the change of use is required. Turning briefly to some of the objections which have been raised, I think the most important is regarding the issue of foul water disposal. However, as the case officer has reiterated, any permission granted would hinge on securing a legal agreement to ensure that the system is appropriate and properly maintained. And this provides a guarantee that the development will not impact nutrient levels within the Somerset Levels and Moors catchment, and therefore it provides adequate reassurance that the foul water system is acceptable. Other objections that have been raised focus somewhat on projections of what may happen in the future, such as more than one family occupying the site or the day room being used as a residence. As you will know, these are not appropriate planning seconds. And it's the proposal before us that needs to be assessed. Should development not be implemented as approved, this would correctly be a matter for enforcement. Whilst in my view, and that the case officer, the principle of development is acceptable, and therefore the personal circumstances of the applicant do not need to be taken into the balance, the family who are here have asked that I emphasise that Mr. Hughes, who is a Romany gypsy and the primary carer for his son, have no alternative site on which to reside. And should he have to leave the site, he would have no choice but to take up a roadside existence. So taking into account the officer's recommendations. Thank you for your time.
You got there.
Yes,
Brilliant. Yeah, well done.
Please could I ask Councillor Hurley-Adieski of Yetminster and Ryman Trinity Parish Council to speak. Thank you.
Good morning. This application exhibits clear signs of planning creep. The conditions proposed by your officer to make it acceptable appear impractical and unenforceable. It's good to see that the description has been amended to specify a single gypsy traveller pitch, as this provides greater clarity. We also recognise that the main reason why this site is being favourably considered stems from the county-wide shortfall in such accommodation. However, no evidence has been submitted that the current occupants fall within this definition. If you've read the objections, you'll have seen that parishioners have known the applicant for over 10 years. During most of that time, he lived with his family in a bricks and mortar house in the village. The council's gypsy and traveller liaison officer makes it clear that they are not familiar with the applicant. Residents also report that the site is occupied by the applicant and at least 4 or 5 other people. Given this, how does the council intend to enforce proposed condition 2, which restricts occupation to gypsies and travellers only? How will you also ensure that the occupation levels and non-residential uses remain reasonable and compliant? The applicant has shown scant regard for planning controls to date, continuing to develop and occupy the site without permission. As recently as last summer, he erected a close-boarded fence exceeding the 1 metre permitted development limit on land adjoining a highway. Yet we are expected to believe that this, and I quote, the character of the area would not be detrimentally affected by the use of the site for residential purposes for 1 pitch. Such fences are not an appropriate solution for the rural edge of the village and did not form part of this retrospective planning application. Other issues have not been addressed. For example, arrangements for household and business-related waste collection. There are no plans to incorporate areas to store and aid collection of waste, despite the established use of the other 2 buildings on the site, which introduce a mixed use of agriculture, storage, stables, poultry, and log business. The track is also not readily accessible by refuse vehicles. This is a sensitive site, both in terms of ecology, landscape, and amenity. It lies on the edge of the village, accessed by a narrow single lane, which is frequently walked by residents. The neighbourhood plan is silent, and that's simply because the applicant did not submit plans for this site, despite having opportunities through the call for sites, the open day, and the pre-submission consultation. In summary, while we acknowledge the county-wide need for gypsy traveller pitches, this is not an appropriate site for one, and there are insufficient safeguards to ensure it would be occupied and used as attended.
Thank you very much indeed. Cass, are there any salient points that you'd like to address?
Really?
Just to highlight that regularisation of unauthorised sites is an acceptable route to provide such gypsy sites.
Yeah.
So this way of coming to an application of acceptable principle should take on its merits. Most development defences would lead to 2 metres in this application. It's quite difficult to arrange matters such as sorting out a address with the Royal Mail and the council, waste, council tax, etc. It's quite difficult for that to happen after conditions granted. And the conditions in our opinion are fully enforceable at the countryside.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from members?
Oscar.
Thanks, Poppy.
Harry Cameron.
Can I have some clarification on the history of the intended occupant? Although I know a reasonable amount about gypsy travel site,
Sorry.
I don't actually know what the criteria is, the acceptance criteria for how long someone has been a gypsy or a traveller before they can be choosing accredited with a possible site.
Exactly. Thank you. Response on that?
Thank you, Michelle. In terms of gypsy travel sites, there's different classifications in terms of how you might meet that requirement. The fact that someone's lived in a house, as explained in this comment, wouldn't necessarily mean that they don't fall in that category. The supporting statement with the application states that the applicant does fall within that category of gypsy and traveller. I think it's important to know that despite that, we have a significant need for gypsy and traveller sites. So this is not a personal admission, it's a application for a gypsy and traveller plot, which will have conditions attached to it, and whoever occupies that site would need to comply with that condition, and we're satisfied that the condition would be enforceable. So if whoever ultimately occupies the site does not meet that condition, then it would be an enforcement matter.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chairman. Very simple and one I'm a little bit confused on it in this in the sand because back in June last year, it was granted permission for agricultural misuse, storage, sale, poultry, and all that, which has been constructed over 10 years. And now you're looking at this single pitch. What is to stop them having more pitches? Because I think that's one of the concerns of the use of the site, and also the day room is for sole use of the person with the pitch. So because there's other things that have been approved for that site, how's it going to be regulated and worked?
Okay, Cass.
Thank you for your question. Yeah. So the certificate of lawfulness did use that approach to try and establish the occupation of the site. There is sufficient evidence was able to be provided to enable us to grant the certificate of lawfulness for the residential use. So as such, the certificate was granted for the 2 buildings where sufficient evidence was produced for the mixed use of the site. So this building here and this building here had the certificate of lawfulness for the mixed use, and the day rooms excluded from that certificate because there was not enough information supplied. So that's why this application has come to us now to regularise the use of the day room and the site of the mobile home and the tour of the occupation by a gypsy traveller pitch. And the condition of restrict that pitch to 1.
Thank you for that. Councillor Vitale.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Vitale. 3 factual questions, if I may. Parish Councillor raised comments by the Gypsy Liaison Officer, but looking through the report, I couldn't see any comments attached to the application. I just wondered why that was. These 3 fairly short questions, so I'll ask them as a bunch if that's okay. The second one is just on, I think the real trick here with that subject is whether the status of the applicant of the applicant as a gypsy, whether that's a planning consideration. My sense is that it probably isn't. And may aim to take the advice we've been given, but I just want to confirm your views on that. And then third, this is a full application. Should we be expecting a little more detail about the use of the site as one of the comments raised in terms of the detailed use of the site, or is this typical for the level of detail we could expect for a gypsy and traveller site?
Application for site as ownership.
Thank you for your question. The first one is it wouldn't be unusual for our liaison officer not to know every local gypsy traveller in the region because he's not known to our liaison officers to be that he doesn't give a definition. So going on to the status, it's not a planning consideration in this instance. It's not a personal permission being considered. But as the agent has highlighted and as we put in supporting documents, the applicant does identify with that status and definition of a gypsy and traveller, and therefore just have no concern with the intention of that use. And regards to the third, this is quite a typical way of describing and restricting the use of a gypsy and traveller sites to outline a red line and use the conditions as outlined here to restrict that use of this community message and restrict that use. The application for 1 pitch, and so the consideration is for 1 pitch and only 1 family are supposed to use it into that. So we haven't interested anything outside of that would be a seen as outlined by the agent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rideout.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Rideout, Board.
Sorry, I've got an echo. I just want to get it clear in my head, just clarify. So condition number 2, site should not be occupied by any persons other than gypsies and travellers, and it just gives one pitch. It's not a Dorset Council controlled site, it's like a private site, isn't it? So is there any control, just asking this out of curiosity, is there any control site on numbers actually living on site? Because I was reading the concerns about that there are more than 4 to 6 people living there. But as far as I know, is this for Mr. Hughes, Mr. Hughes' staff?
Right.
Thank you.
Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. it's not normal to restrict the number of people occupying the site, but the control is through the amount of mobile structures that can be placed there. And it has to be operated as one pitch. So as Cass explained, the condition would apply to what would be cited there. So it's look at the condition. The site hereby approved should be limited to one gypsy camera pitch, which shall comprise no more than one touring caravan and one static caravan. So that would be the limit there. If there was more that mobile structures facing the land and more occupation than that, then that would be a breach of the condition. So it's fairly self-limiting, and it's not normal to restrict the amount of people on the site. And we haven't, when Cass visits the site, observed this extra occupation. We know it's incited in the objections, but that's not the information we have in front of us in terms of what we should be trying to control. We would be controlling through planning conditions.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Les Fry, Dorchester West. Firstly, just to comment on Councillor, I think it's Koweski, I couldn't quite grab the name. I've known gypsies and travellers living in residential property, brick-built buildings for many years, and then trying, it's more their heritage to travel and live in caravans. And I have known that frequently happen. So the fact that they have lived in a house, a brick-built, makes no odds at all from that point of view. But I take the point that was made there. Who manages the track is one of my questions there, because that track looks in pretty poor state at the moment, and I appreciate that the level of traffic is not going to be high, but there will be traffic there. Who owns that and manages that is one question, please. I shared comment in the objections about the septic tank was installed in 2024, not 12 years ago. Could that please be answered? We're not able to take into account the management of the site as it goes forward. We've got to look at what's in front of us today. From that, and the details of the mobile home. Do we have dimensions of what might go into there, please? I see that's an objection as well. One further comment is the height of the fence. I heard from the comments about the high fence there. Can that be lowered, or can that be enforced to be brought lower, that it's at the appropriate level, because there shouldn't be one rule for one and one rule for others. Thank you. That's my question so far.
Okay, thank you. Cass.
So with regards with the track, it's unadopted. I don't have any details as to the arrangements of Holsley. With regards to the second question, with regards to the first pit and how long that been
when that was installed.
It's our understanding that this was installed around 2014 when the current owner purchased the site. The details of the cesspit and its suitability and quality to meet the requirements of the nutrient mitigation proposal within that can contain the waste.
Yeah,
Waste carrier would form part of the overarching legal agreement to ensure that those arrangements were acceptable to our environmental accessibility and National England. So that goes into that legal agreement as to make sure that we keep then screen that out as we have so far. And with regards to the fence, it's my understanding that this is use fence and
Just one more. Sorry.
Yeah, just one more point.
Sorry, Chair. I think there was a question on the size of the mobile structures.
Yeah.
They are dictated by the caravan legislation, so they have to fall within a definition of caravan unit. So there would be some control there. So if something else was placed on the land that didn't fall in that definition, then it would breach the condition.
Thank you. Is that all right, Councillor Fry?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
It's the application which has been well defined now by Cass Roman. Thank you very much, Cass, and Hannah Smith as well. I don't see any problems with this, and I'm going to forward to a recommendation to go forward for an application to be approved, if I can say that quite forwardly. Thank you. And
we've got on to debate yet.
So we have a proposal, do we? Thank you. Okay, Councillor Friday.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I'd be happy to second that proposal. All the questions that we've had have been.
Okay, so I think we have a proposer and a seconder. Councillor Hoffery, please go ahead.
still got another question.
my apologies.
Yeah, go ahead with your questions.
Thank you. It just occurred to me as a matter of safety and the ponds. Actually, and I'm presuming there will be children, young children possibly, on this site. And I would like to see a robust fence between the living area, should we say, general living area, and the pond. I'm just a bit concerned with toddlers and things. And,
From a safety point of view,
yes.
Pat, Hannah, she's going to address that question.
The yard is currently separated from that area with post and rail fence shown on the screen there. It has got approved netting as well and 5-hole gates. To my mind, with the assumption that these sites should be as open as possible and not like tortoises, I would suggest that this would be an acceptable way of separating the yard from the field soil, in my opinion. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is that satisfactory? That's the
Not really.
Not really. Okay, thank you.
I'm just a bit paranoid about it.
Yeah, I've just got one question with regards to the cesspit. How do we know that it's going to be empty and who pays for the emptying? How do we ensure continuity of that, no matter what?
So we have confirmation from the current waste disposal contractor, who is a registered waste contractor, who currently operates the removal of that site, that they have done and will continue to do so, and that will be part of the legal agreement. So there'll be a methodology attached to that legal agreement that says it will outline the current arrangements with that waste provider, and it will have a caveat in that agreement that say those arrangements were to change, if the waste provider were to change or the cesspit emptying regime were to change, then detail would have to be submitted to us and approved by us, so in order to, so that every time that management regime altered, that we would have control over that. There would also be monitoring and enforcing conditions built into that agreement to make sure that every period of time that there was a report sent back to us by the applicant waste carrier that was being carried out.
Excellent, thank you for that. Councillor Taylor.
I'd just like to reiterate what I said about the grant of approval. I'm going to ask for grant of approval in regards to the recommendations being posted today on the application 1 and 2, as you can see on the screen today, and that is my safe say I recommend the application.
Okay, Councillor Ryder, are you still happy? To second?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, so I think therefore we should go to a vote to decide this application. Please,
Councillor Majors will come in.
yeah, no, Councillor Maiden, really sorry. Please go ahead.
Sorry, Chair, not looking this way that much. Rory Major, Dorchester East. If we moved on to comments, I mean, it was a bit hasty to jump in, because I think people perhaps want to debate a bit more, but I'm very happy with it, and I think it's a good use of the site. I think it's, in fairness to everyone, you know, all parties from both sides, there's a good distance away. You know, I don't see the fence as an issue in that setting. I think it could be a really nice place for a family to grow up. So I'd welcome it.
Comment on that?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Major, and I do agree with you. It's the proposal today, and the actual description of the application was pretty clean as well. And I still go forward with the fact of recommend for approval.
Okay, thank you. So please, by a show of hands, the members of the committee vote in favour of supporting this application.
We're discussing it on.
No, we've just gone straight to the vote now.
Would I be right to offer some comments, Chair, before we go to vote? Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely. Please go ahead.
But I think it would be for the benefit of the.
Yeah, we just had a vote. We just need to be clear about the vote. Can I just get that show of hands again, and I'll come back to you, Councillor Vitale.
That's it. It's you.
Should move to the vote. That's the debate.
Just
That's it.
really
Yeah.
poor, Chairman.
What I didn't get was a number of votes. So people just put their hands up again. So we can... Sorry.
Chairman, could I defer my vote to that?
Yeah, I'll defer mine till after the comments.
Okay,
This is poor chairing.
Richard, you can't take a vote and then carry on the debate.
Oh, okay. Has to be closed off.
So
vote, and if the vote succeeds, that's it.
Yes, yeah. So vote has succeeded, but we've got 6 votes in favour. And what about those who are against?
Well, I think we'll abstain. We'll abstain.
Are you abstaining?
Abstain.
Shall we finish discussion?
Yes.
Defer to finish discussion.
But discussion is finished. We've had a
Obviously.
proposal and a second.
Discussion.
We haven't had the discussion.
You are to review.
We haven't had the-
It's raised the question. Chair, if I may, I think it's quite important in a sort of public meeting that we're able to justify how
Can
we're
we just
voting away.
adjourn for 5 minutes, okay? And I consult with the legal team.
So I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, apparently.
I'm going to ask Philip Crowther, our lawyer, to make a few comments.
Okay, so procedure. So my lesson on procedure is that members have their opportunity for questions. Councillor Taylor proposed a motion which was seconded, and then moved into debate on that item, which the chairman indicated that he was going to take a vote. That vote happened in the sense that It's partially complete, and that we've had the members who voted for the motion, haven't yet had the second part of that vote. Given that once you move into voting on an item, that's the end of the debate unless that motion fails. So my vote will be continuing with the vote. If the motion succeeds, then that's the end of the item. If it fails, then you basically open for another proposal.
Thank you. Thank you. So therefore the motion has succeeded. That's been decided. Yes,
We need for the against see what the final fix.
yeah, we do still do need to get the final votes against. So abstain. Or abstain. So
I'll abstain.
I'll abstain.
you abstain.
We didn't do this properly.
All three abstain. So we've got three abstentions, four abstentions.
I don't think it was right, Cam.
Okay.
No, it's poor chairing.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in favour with 4 abstentions. So this application has been decided B/FUL/2025/05422. The 3 which is Paddock, Coldslade, Yetherstone for Gypsy Caravan site. Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Councillor, please go ahead.
Yeah, Chairman, could it be made very clear that are there any more questions before it is voted?
Before we go to debates.
And seconds, the recommendation, because to me, I felt that I was very unsure of some of the other members. And I thought we should have had an opportunity to ask other questions.
Okay, make sure there are opportunities for questions before we go to the vote. Make sure it's got that. Councillor Poppy. Yes.
Wait, after questions.
Yeah.
I understand. Some people are very keen.
Thank you.
But I think the procedures are good procedures and they stand us in good stead.
Okay, so we move on to the next application. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Chair, you or the vice are not scanning the room. Several times Councillor Rory Major had his hand up to speak, and both of you were looking to the left. There is a right side of this room as well, please.
I think Carl Wood wanted to speak as well.
Yeah,
He was
you're not
ignored.
picking up that you're not scanning the room, picking up the comments at the right time.
It's me. That's me.
Yeah, so
That's me.
yeah, please keep your eye out.
Can I just go into that then, Cillian, to say the fact of just nodding the head is probably not just acceptable. If you're going to go for a question, please can you make it clear that you actually want to ask a question instead of just like a little nod, because that to me means absolutely nothing unless someone's actually referring to something or referencing something. So standard, I'm going to ask via chair to say you make it clear you want to ask a question with your hand right up. Is that okay?
Sorry, can I interject, Chair? Sorry, David, in this occasion I had my hand
I
up.
know you did, and I apologise, I missed it. I missed that one. I did.
It's just actually, people need to.
That Councillor John Miles picked it up for me, thankfully, and got it rescued in time. Thank you, John. Thank you, Tim.
Okay, what's the next application? This is P/FUL/2025/06711. It's land near Heritage Village Hall for a change of use to office and external operations. Again, this will be presented by Cass Ward. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So a quick overview of where we are. We're still planning still. Small section of usage. We're outside the main centre of the boundary site lies between the village hall. This is the application building the sites here in the middle and the residential below to the side. So street scene images to set the scene of where we are. This is the application site entrance and the building in the middle here, the residential unit on the left and the village hall on the right. There's the village hall here, the site in the middle, and then the residential unit to the left. And the image here just shows in context that he's on the version. The application that we can be just about seeing on the page. This is an image of the building taken from the structural survey submitted originally December 2023, and then there's some more photos of the plan itself throughout site history. So let's go with it. This is the picture of the residential bungalows in the north. So important here is site history taken into consideration. We shall take you to so we can understand where we are today and what the in September 2022, the council was given notice under part of the development of the appellant's intention to use the building on the site as an apartment hotel, use class C1 and class R of the development order. As in the proposal, the floor plan of less than 150 square metres, matters of prior approval are not required to be considered or assessed within changes of use. So therefore, the option for planning authority when they receive that notification is to acknowledge that the receipt of the notification. We stated in our response that we have concerns that A, the building did not comply with the requirements of class R, and that B, the building in itself was insufficient in nature to be converted to proposed use. That was just the letter, and then the notification is the notification. So subsequently, a planning application, which is described as carrying out external alterations to barn to permit to facilitate permitted commercial use was received by the council. Following the assessment of that application, the council refused the application for 2 reasons. First, in their opinion, the building did not benefit from permitted development, as it wasn't considered to be an agricultural building. And the second refusal reason that the proposal failed to meet the definition of use class C1 hotels. Subsequent to that refusal, there was an appeal to the planning inspectorate. The inspector considered that the external alterations proposed to the building were acceptable, and when allowing the appeal, the inspector removed the words to facilitate permitted commercial use for the decision description, but allowing the external operations, which included the insertion of windows and doors and cladding. So the inspector considered these plans, this is the existing elevations for the existing building, and the proposed elevations which are outlined in the sector. So the inspector removed the words to facilitate permitted commercial use of prescription. They chose not to address within that decision whether or not the application met the requirements of this development order under class R, and they did not discuss whether the site was considered to be agricultural. These were the 2 reasons that the council refused the original permission. So therefore, the inspector's decision of dropping the description and just allowing the external cladding and the insertion of the windows and doors resulted in a permission to change the building in such a way which makes it more convertible, but with the site and building without any identified use. So following this appeal decision, the applicant's agents or pre-application advice to the planning authority and the options that were presented to the council were discussed during that pre-application. The local planning authority acknowledged the appeal decision left the building with permission for external operations, which inherently makes the building suitable for conversion. The pre-application explored the use options presented by the applicant and advised that office use fully complied with local plan policy sus2, sus3, G.1. It was acceptable in principle when considering the development plan as a whole that we should find that it would be beneficial to find a use for a building and site left somewhat in limbo. So therefore, the pre-application advised that any forthcoming application which according with the development plan as a whole, which contributed some elements of economic, social and environmental benefits would be favourably considered rather than leaving a site and a building in limbo with an ill use. So following that pre-application, planning application was received for the change of use of the building to either an office use or to holiday accommodation. That application proceeded through delegated, it was a delegated decision. It went through the scheme delegation consultation, but wasn't called in for committee consideration. So once all the matters of highways and again, etc. were sorted out, planning commission was granted as a delegated approval in September 2025. Conditions were attached to that permission regarding the use and the condition asked for details and materials in line with the inspector's decisions. So the plans that were allowed in September were the same elevations as allowed by the inspector. And then 2 floor plans, one for how the office would be laid out, one how a unit of holiday accommodation would be laid out. During consideration of this planning application, matters of highway safety were addressed, the visibility displays discussed and acceptable to highways, conditions secured, details of the access crossing, parking provision, and the location of gates. The entrance is to be retained and protected by a recommencement and hedgerow protection condition. Biodiversity and game information was provided, and on-site enhancements will be provided by a unit of south. Concerns around flood drainage and surface water arrangements were addressed. The application demonstrates how new package treatment part of the building could be provided on site. It was confirmed that access to the visual septic tank to the rear can be obtained. It was considered during the consideration of this application immediate impact on the bungalow to the right. It was deemed acceptable due to the distance and the small scale nature of the scheme that office use or holiday use would be acceptable principle to that building would not result in any disturbance or other overshadowing or overbearing to occupants of that dwelling. So following the granting of that application in September 2025, a subsequent application was made, and this is the application we are considering today. This application was made for 3 reasons. The first being that the holiday use triggered civil liability notice. The applicant has now decided that they don't wish to proceed with that use and have to pay the civil charge, and so they have come back in just with the office use, which will not be civil liable. So they've removed the holiday accommodation from proposals. The application also comes back to add a pitch roof to the building. And the application also comes back to correct an error that I made in the officer recommendation resulting of decision notice, which incorrectly restricted the use to use class EC, which is financial and professional, rather than the EG1, which the applicant and the agent actually asked for. So this will correct that error in that regard. So this is the proposal showing the pitch roof and the floor plan for the office only, and the application confirmed the use slot is for office EG or use class. The site plan is the same as the expand permission, the holiday use or office use, and all of the planning considerations which I outlined earlier, such as highway safety, visibility, space, drainage, biodiversity and game tree protection, and remains exactly the same as expand permission, holiday accommodation or office use. All these details remain acceptable and can be carried forward from the previous permission. Therefore, bearing in mind the extant permission for the external alterations allowing the installation of cladding insertion doors and windows allowed by the inspector, and the subsequent change of use for permission for office use or holiday accommodation, which has been approved under delegated powers. The only matter to my mind which can be considered for this application is the impact of the proposed move and changes to the fenestration. So the discussion of that matter is a matter of impact on character and appearance of the area. The building is small and separated into sites. The roof height increase is not substantial. The building remains single story. A pitch roof is not uncharacteristic of rural buildings, and we're not, in office opinion, results in a significantly more visually obtrusive form of development than currently, especially when taking into consideration the external alterations that were allowed by this. So I'll just put the street scene photo back on there with an individual post pitch roof. The building set back into the site. It's not isolated per se, it's read as a site between a residential bungalow and a village hall, both of which feature pitch roofs. The scheme will not result in a long, tall, ostentatious building. It remains single story, and in your officer opinion, will not result in significant increase in visual impact over and above the previously approved line pitch roof. Concerns are raised about the proposed black cladding. It is a small building and clad in all black metal corrugated sheeting, but not enough to opinion be harmful in the setting. It would be agricultural, quiet and agrarian. It would retain the character of the site, and again with the addition of black cladding officer and community it will not appear so different from other rural buildings in the vicinity to have to warrant the application. Considering the addition of the picture as one neighbouring amenity, the plan shows that the building remains single story, the height increase is modest, and due to its location set back into the plot away from the residential building, it is not considered that there would be any significant different relationship to the minor picture that was previously approved, and there would not be any issue of overbearing or overshadowing, which would result in significant impact on the residential uses of the building. Is that relevant to me? So in summary, the pitched roof, in officer opinion, is characteristic of many types of building in the countryside. It's in the village on the bungalow and is considered to result in no harm to the character and appearance of the area, and as such, it also that's the end result. The location of the site between the bungalow and the village hall is not isolated in itself. The changes will not result in an overly prominent building in the street scene. The increase in height will not result in significant relationship with the neighbouring dwelling, will not result in any unacceptable overshadowing or impairment to the dwelling. The impacts of the proposed office use on amenity and character were previously considered back in September, and the proposed use of the proposed use class of EG5 to carry out operational or administrative functions, which would be linked to an office, would be still by condition. It is worth noting that this use class does not have any other permitted development rights attached to it, such as outdoor storage of materials. It is not an administrative function, the accession, and therefore it's not associated with outdoor storage. There are some objections raised. There were some concerns that the site could change in character by the proposed occupant. So my view that the materials would be stored out in the open or they would be at risk of being theft. If any other structure required to store such materials, planning application would be required for provision of this, and will be assessed against various planning application. Therefore, any future intensification will be controlled by the requirement for subsequent planning applications or any other additional structures and or use that was different from use class and requirements. The small scale of the building and the style of it itself, in my opinion, would be self-limiting in the amount of use that it could actually support. It would be an office. There are only 2 small rooms on the floor plan, so therefore it's inherently constrained in its size with regards to how many people could use it and how many cars could park, etc. It's considered that with a administrative of an office and administrative use would be associated paraphernalia outside the site would be minimal, trampolines or washing lines, etc. And the soft and hard landscaping already approved or shown on the site plan with simple wants and conditions. Matters of highway subject listing again are already have already been approved and carried forward. So as such, the proposal is considered to accord with local plan policy environment 12, and the picture would be in harmony with the adjoining buildings and would not be an incongruous addition to the street scene. Proposal of office use fully complies with the framework of policy on 1, 2, 3 of the local plan with regards to the use of buildings in the countryside. Local policy plan and 12.6 respect local character, and as I've said, we consider that it makes sense. Proposals follow a previous approval for the change of use to office or holiday accommodation and has found use for a site in the building that was previously in subsequent to the inspector's decision. There are no planning material, there are no material planning consideration, including resident community and highway safety, flooding, trees and biodiversity, which would indicate that the application should be refused. As such, applications recommended for approval subject to condition outlined in the office of the court. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Cass. Please, could I ask Jules Baldock to speak? That read out a statement on behalf of affirmative and Fairfield Commercial Management meeting. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I'm reading this out on behalf of the Hermitage and Hillfield Village Hall Management Committee, as they regrettably cannot be here today. For clarification, I am not a member of that committee. Objection to planning application number P-Full 2025-06711. This objection to the above planning application is submitted on behalf of the Hermitage and Hillfield Village Hall Management Committee. The rear of the structure in question is approximately 10 metres in front of the Village Hall. Our objections to previous planning applications and the subsequent appeal relating to this structure have already been submitted online to Dorset Council. The appeal at D1265 W24 3350867, following the refusal of P-Full 2024-01720, only approved external alterations to take place. What is now being proposed is a rebuild, not a conversion, resulting in a building of materially greater height, scale, and permanence adjacent to the Village Hall. This would have a lasting and harmful impact on the setting and character of this important community facility. The planning officer's view that permission would tidy the site is not accepted. The committee is concerned that the proposed use of the building, described as an office, is not supported by sufficient detail regarding its operation, including hours of use and the nature of activity to take place. Given the immediate proximity to the Village Hall, this lack of clarity raises concerns about the potential impact on the amenity and quiet enjoyment of this important community facility. Councillor Kippax has visited the site and has recorded his objections, which support those of High Stoy Parish Council and local residents. If committee members are minded to grant permission for the current application, the Village Hall Management Committee would strongly urge a visit to the site to appreciate the relationship between the structure and the Village Hall and the condition of the existing building. For these reasons, the Hermitage and Hillfield Village Hall Management Committee considers the proposal inappropriate for this location and urges that the application be refused. That's Mr. C.D. Whitehead, Secretary, Hermitage and Hillfield Village Hall Management Committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Please can I ask Dickon Carpenter, the agent, to speak?
Sorry, I've got a second one. Sorry, I've got two here. So I've got one from the Village Hall Committee and one for myself.
Oh, I see. So you've got another one.
Yes, that's all right.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes, the answer.
That's fine. Yes, individual comment comes on behalf of that.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Improved. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking as a near neighbour, but also as someone who has followed this site's planning history very closely and engaged constructively with the previous applications and appeal. I'm encouraged that this application has been referred to the committee, as it reflects the seriousness of the issues already identified by the Parish Council and by members during the consultation process. I'd like to focus on one simple point. This application is not a minor alteration. It is an attempt to create a new building envelope that has already been ruled out. The planning inspector was very clear. The appeal allows external alterations only. Class R provides a fallback position, allowing change of use only. The inspector expressly confined the permission to what was shown and assessed and explicitly excluded extension, rebuilding, or modification of the building envelope. So while the principle of use may have been accepted, the inspector placed clear limits on what was permitted, and those limits explicitly excluded rebuilding or alteration of the building's envelope. This application crosses that line. A full pitch roof with increased height is not an external alteration. It is operational development. Once that Class R boundary is crossed, that fallback position disappears. Without the Class R fallback, this proposal must be judged as new development in a rural village located outside defined development boundaries. And the principle of a new dwelling on this plot has already been tested and refused in the past. More recent attempts to pursue new residential development on the site also failed to secure permission. The concern is not the scale of this application taken on its own, but that approving incremental changes of this nature would effectively reopen a principle of development that has already been found unacceptable. You have also heard from the Village Hall Committee, and you will hear from the Parish Council, who will raise serious concerns about the structure, the visual impact, and the suitability of this proposal in its rural village setting. I fully support those submissions. My request today is straightforward. Please uphold the inspector's decision, protect the integrity of the development plan, and refuse this application. Thank you.
Could I please ask Dickon Carpenter to speak?
Morning, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you very much. Dickon Carpenter, agent for the applicant's partner at Brimble Lee. Firstly, can I commend the case officer for her comprehensive report and thorough presentation. This is a quite complex and unusual site, but actually in reality, we're now at a point where the matters are relatively simple, I would think. As you've heard, the site benefits from full planning permission for the building to be converted to either holiday accommodation or office use. And those approvals, which I think this is a very important point, do include the external alterations to the building. As such, there are only two matters that are material to the determination of this particular application. Firstly, correcting the condition, as Ms. Woolman has said, which imposed the wrong restriction on office use. But secondly, the main issue is to enhance the appearance of the building by adding a traditional pitched roof. The other matters raised, and I will deal with some of those points that have been brought up in a minute, are at this point no longer relevant to the determination of this application. They've been addressed within previous submissions. With the proposed correction to the wording of the office restriction being a formality, I would suggest this is simply a case for the committee to decide whether it supports the provision of a pitched roof to the building. I trust the committee will agree this will enhance the simple vernacular structure. It will appear more in keeping with its rural surroundings, and there will be no detriment to local character or amenity. In response to some of the matters that you've just heard mentioned, it's intended to restrict the use by the conditions imposed to specific office purposes, and the building is very modest in that regard. There is no intention to use the site or its surroundings for other commercial purposes. Crucially, change of use has been permitted under the previous application. There is an extant permission for this to be used either for office or for holiday accommodation, and you've heard the reasons and the only reasons why this application had to be submitted. I think fundamentally, alterations have already been approved to this building. So we have a situation where both the use and the alterations to facilitate that use have been approved. So I trust the committee will support the provision of a pitched roof to this modest structure. Such works will enhance its appearance
30 seconds.
And enable the building to be brought into a viable economic use. I ask the committee to support the officer recommendation for approval with the proposed conditions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. But please ask Councillor Chris Hippox to read out a letter on behalf of High School Parish. You have 3 minutes, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, committee. Yes, just to emphasise, I'm reading this out on behalf of the High Story Parish Council. Parish Council already responded to the previous applications and appeal at this site and to the current application. Each time it is attempted to reflect local concerns and challenge the applicant's submission based on local knowledge. Whilst our concerns and objections are well documented elsewhere, members of this committee must appreciate our well-founded concerns of the conclusions expressed by the applicant's structural engineer, which are given in our recent submission. Our view is that the derelict shed is incapable of conversion using the existing structure, whether a pitched roof is permitted or not. Furthermore, to describe the structure as a barn questions a previous description as a derelict shed. Photographs submitted by the adjacent eastern neighbour demonstrate this. The Parish Council appreciates the sequence of applications made so far and their roots in alleged historical agricultural use, but the officer's view that permission will tidy the site is not accepted. If members are minded to grant permission for the current application for an office with or without a pitched roof, please consider making a site visit. The local Dorset Council member, Councillor Kippax, has visited the site and recorded his objections as part of the consultation process, and also supports the Parish Council's submissions and objections. Hermitage is often described as a pleasant rural Dorset village with a strong community spirit, lying as it does adjacent to an area of outstanding natural beauty. The Parish Council does not consider the proposal suitable for such a location. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Cass, would you like to come back on any salient points from specifically further?
Would it be worth going back through the slides where we're with the science history and where we currently are to clarify some of the points made by both the agent and the adjustments?
Yeah.
It's very useful.
Yeah, thank you.
So it's worth noting the inspector declined to discuss the matters of Class R and whether the building met the requirements of the domestic development order or not. They remained silent and were clear that they were not going to discuss that in their decision because they considered that was a matter for a subsequent planning application was temporary lawfulness use. So the inspector just focused on the external alterations, and in their opinion they said that it would improve the appearance of the building, would make a positive contribution to the character of its surroundings. So the inspector was deliberately silent on the matter of future use. So following that and following the pre-application inquiry, the local planning authority and the applicant explored use of the site, and with those external alterations allowed by the inspector, the building is inherently more convertible than it is currently, and it is the concerns of the local community, as the local planning authority originally said. But with those alterations, it results in a building that is inherently convertible, and under local plan policy sus 2.3 and econ 1, the reuse of existing buildings in the countryside for a commercial use such as an office is supportable in principle. So that was the outcome of the pre-application discussion, and that was the subsequent application that then came in for either holiday accommodation or office, and that application has been approved and was approved under delegated power in September 2025.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Anna.
Thank
You've
you,
got
Chair.
some comments to make here.
I think officers have the same concerns that have been raised about the integrity of the structure and whether it was worthy of conversion, and that's what we tried to argue at Hill. And that was where the inspector actually felt that by allowing operational development to clad it and insert windows, there'd be a benefit, as Cass has cited, to the character appearance of the area. So officer did share those concerns, but the inspector didn't agree that it was of no merit and shouldn't really have a conversion in the first place. So that's where part of the planning issue we're put to now is that this building can have operational development. It has been granted to have cladding to make it more convertible. It also has a full recognition of the use that's been granted on it. So now we're considering different operational development with different fenestration and the addition of the roof and the use class of an office, which would not be visiting members of the public. It would be office type use, which is supported by policy.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So go over to questions. Councillor Try.
Rory first.
Oh, Councillor.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dorchester, Rory Major, Dorchester. My only question, putting it down, it's always forgetting my voice. Is there a way of us ensuring that business, the office use, whatever class it was, is not able to be, I think what comes to me is it's granted us that if we were mindful to do that. What's to stop them in 2 years' time coming along and saying we want to change it to this? So could we put that as a condition that they're not able to do that? I don't know. That's my question.
Yeah, so there's a proposed condition restricting it specifically to EGI office to carry out operational and administrative functions. With regards to future applications, I can't see any planning applications where time scoring that.
Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. Cass, thanks for your thing. I've got a number of questions all related around. I think it's very generous to describe it as a barn. It's a shed, a tacky one, in fact. Can you explain what this class are, please? And are the applicants allowed to dismantle the barn completely and completely rebuild it, albeit in the same size and the height and so on, in order to put the roof on, the pitch roof? I've got my concerns as to whether the structure, and what we haven't got is any pictures of the inside and no explanation of the construction of it, whether it's, as it stands, is strong enough to do that, or are we saying that by adding reinforced outside things, that's not going to make it strong enough to which you can add the pitch roof to it? But that's to start with, please. I have more.
Okay, task is a change of use on the development for change of use of agricultural buildings to mixed use function. So that can include hotels, storage, commercial use, cafes, etc. With regards to the structural condition of the barn, the original application was supported by a structural survey carried out by a structural engineer, which confirms that with the alteration allowed by the inspector, that the structure can withstand the proposed changes to support the use as shown in plans.
Thank you, Cass. Then we move on. Should the permission be granted, what restrictions are there on the use of the site? If you say it's going to be an office use, 2 offices there, that could be 3 or 4 people working there. That could be 3 or 4 or half a dozen vehicles coming and going daily into there, people dropping off, picking up. Is there any change of use on the site, or does that restrict only to the building?
The building and the site would be restricted to use class EGI, which is defined as use class order as offices to carry out any operational or administrative functions.
Anything? That's right.
So they could then come back and resurface the field as it is and treat that as a car park.
The proposed landscape is shown on the site plan, and anything over and above that may require plan permission.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Brenton.
Councillor Brenton and Richard Napton. Echoing what Councillor Fry has said, I was concerned.
Please put them on that phone, Marshall.
Oh,
thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Brenton and Richard Napton. Following on from my fellow councillor, this is a question, purely a question because I don't know. Do offices have to meet the requirements of the housing regulations on things like insulation and heating? Because as far as I can see, this is a fairly primitive, the application is for a fairly basic office, which, if it is just wood and corrugated iron cladding, seems to be flipping cold. And therefore, what restrictions are there on other facilities in? Because if other facilities have to come in, then obviously there will be more disruption. So it's just a query. How tight are we on the quality of life of the people working in an office? That's the first one.
Yes, commercial properties do need to meet the requirements of building regulations requirements. So the external alterations for cladding, you can get pre-installated cladding, but you can also, they wouldn't be able to carry out internal alterations, work planning permission in order for that building to meet the requirements of building regulations.
Would you like to come back on that?
Yes, please, I'll come back on that. It was just interesting because at the moment it just looks like a hidden shed. I assume it's got a concrete base. We have had, obviously, in the past, many applications for conversion of farm buildings because there's something about them being a permanent and substantial construction. We've often looked at pole barns and thought, really? If you could push it up in a day, is it really permanent construction? That's an opinion, sorry. Okay, so we've done that one. There's questions about height. So what was the could you explain the difference in height when it gets to a pitched roof rather than what a monopitch it's got at the moment? I couldn't see any measurements on there really. It's a pretty picture, but is it like 2 meters tall or 3 meters tall or half a meter? That would be the question. I've got it.
So the eaves of the building are equivalent to where the monopitch roof was in the extant scheme, and so the addition of the height is merely just probably a few centimetres above, and then the addition of the pitch roof. I haven't measured the height of the pitch roof, but you can see it's relatively shallow. So those eaves meet where the monopitch was in the extant scheme.
Another question. Do you like to come back on that?
Thank you, Chair. And it doesn't quite need, because very often we will see a plan with 2.4, 2.6 sort of meters height, whatever it is. Okay, thank you very much for that. And the other bit is, which, bearing in mind this is an application for the barn, okay, but it is actually quite a substantial piece of land around it, which would make Graham's garden. And there are trees there. Do we have any influence apart from the very basic sort of landscape plan that we saw on use of the land? I'm thinking in terms of, this does not have to meet BNG, it doesn't have to meet any of those criteria because it's an office. Is that the issue?
It does need to meet the requirements of BNG, and BNG information has been submitted with the previous application. We carry forward to this application. The proposal is to meet the requirements of net gain layout and establishment of a new native hedge on this site. This tree is to be retained in the BNG metric, and this tree access is also to be retained in accordance with the metric, and also there's a pre-commencement condition that requires all trees and hedges as shown on the site and to be protected and retained throughout the duration of construction and subsequent occupation of the development.
Yes.
One more, it's really
Okay,
it's just
one more.
like bringing it out to my mind. Thank you very much. On the plan for the office, and also the original plan, there was a possibility of holiday accommodation. There doesn't appear to be any, there only appears to be a bathroom or toilet on one side of the building. Bearing in mind that this is an office, most office workers like to employ the cattle. There's no indication on the plan for a mini kitchen, a sink, water access to the rest of the building. So if you look in terms of who's going to be using it and what for, I would like to have that sort of information.
You come back on that?
Sure. The floor plan indicates what they interpret to be a mini kitchen area here. This office and here, this office, and one shared toilet. My understanding is that we building regulations requirements for toilet for that small unit. And so to officer opinion, that would be sufficient accommodation for accommodation with regards to provision of facilities.
Thank you. That's just a clarification.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vitali.
Thank you very much, Chair. If this application is permitted and it permits basically the principle of the pitched roof, would that prejudice future applications should the structure not be able to hold the roof? In other words, would we be effectively giving our permission to more significant structural changes in the future to facilitate the roof? Because that seems to me to be a legitimate concern. and one that probably could be addressed either through the conditions or through the justifications we give for our decision at this committee.
We're unable to restrict future applications on a site. This application is restricted by condition to office use in G1 and for conversion of the existing building with the external alterations that would have been approved by the inspector and by the external scheme. That's the application we have today and withdraw by condition.
So we have to take the recommendations that have been given that the structure as it is sufficient to accommodate a pitch roof. That's basically what we have to make our decision on.
Yes, the application is for change using external alterations.
Yeah, it's just not, don't want my meaning to be missed here. We might give our permission to the alterations here, but if in the future an application is submitted because the existing structure isn't capable of taking the pitched roof, have we effectively tied our hands to the future committee decision because we've given permission in principle? We've given full permission for the pitched roof.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. As Cass has explained, we're assessing this on the basis that it's a conversion, and there has been structural information submitted to support that. If the building has to be rebuilt, that would be a separate application for the operational development to rebuild the whole building, and that would have to be considered under a separate policy about a new build in the countryside. Just having that in with the fact that the Western Wing local plan does have a provision for conversion or replacement of existing buildings. So I'm not saying that definitely there would be a conflict there, but all we can do at the moment is assess it on the basis of what's been submitted, which is a conversion. But I do understand concerns because we've seen the building and the photos of it, whether it could take load, but we don't have alternative structural information so it can't at this stage. What we found is that here on Class Q type applications, it's accepted to be placed weight on structural surveys that are provided, which are saying that the building can take the weight of the pitch roof. And that's what we can do at this point in time. But an application for a complete new build would be a different application with different considerations. Sure.
Councillor Major.
Thank you, Chair. On the plan, under the ash tree, there, I think it's under the ash tree, there's a little box, and I can't read what it says. Is it that? So what would you just clarify what that is, or if that's an addition?
That's the storage.
Existing store.
Storage.
Sorry, that was that.
This text here.
No, down. No. The box. There.
Go up there.
There.
Up there.
Up.
It's an existing building.
Oh, okay.
You've got a picture of that?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
That's
Just storage, I think.
I told that building.
No, you can't enlarge it enough.
Can you expand it?
There's one of the glasses if you like.
Be nice to know.
It says store building, and it's from recollection of a small little storage building.
Councillor Taylor, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Clarification, first of all, there's been an application approved already for this building to be an office or a small room, which has been declined now to go to just a straightforward office use. The structure, as far as I'm concerned, is being taken into effect by the Secretary to say that it is valid for actually putting the roof on. Am I correct on that, Cass?
The planning inspector decision allowed external alterations to the building per the plan.
Thank you. Thank you. And finally, can I come into the trees? I could see can I go on to the last screen? It says about the trees proposal. The very last screen, I think it is, recommendation. Yeah, there we go. Tree protection, vehicle access, crossing, parking provision, visibly displayed, maintenance, use class restriction, B and G. Use class restriction with big D route. tree protection, I have actually mentioned this before. I say, what is the tree protection? Because the fact is all very well saying tree protection. Do we have a TPO on it? And there's two of them in the one on the entrance and one in the grounds itself. So my concern would be the trees themselves, they are protected 100%. That's the first question. Thank you.
The trees do not currently have a TPO. There is a pre-commencement condition that is worded in the vein of prior to commencement. Trees and hedges outlined on the plan to be retained, shown on the plan, will be protected in accordance with DS, the tree standard, and thereafter retained throughout the construction and retained.
That's fantastic. Can I then come back to the actual one was mentioned about the access facility and parking facilities of the area of around the offices there. Now, can you see there's a line from the front entrance coming in and going curved around to the building? Is that only going to be the gravelled area that's been laid as car parking, and we expect the other area to be green so that it can be maintained as a drainage, a proper, valid, natural drainage facility? Is that okay?
So the energy information has, unfortunately, I've not put it on the slides, but it shows the tree and the area to the south to be retained as vegetated as currently. That dotted line shows the swept path for the vehicles, and then the delineation of the parking to the north.
Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, if in 2 or 3 years' time we have an application come in for a change of use back to residential, would a still payment still have to be made at a later date?
Yes, it will then go
Good, right, okay.
Result in the same charge.
Okay.
Councillor Fry.
Thank you. Let's go to the west. Cass, can you tell us about the foundations, please? Perhaps show us a picture of the original shed, please, and explain.
This would be those included the structural report. The structural report submitted by a conversion civil engineer confirms that the building can be converted in the way as approved by the inspector and in accordance with the plans.
Corrugated roof.
3 years ago.
Asbestos. Fine. Asbestos.
What would you want?
Councillor Major.
Rory Major, Dorchester. I would just like to make a comment, if everyone's happy to move on from questions. I don't personally see how we can refuse this, but to me, it's a nice house for somebody in the future, and they're just trying to get under the belt. That's my personal comment.
Councillor Taylor.
I agree with you.
Yeah, Chair, my comment is the fact that looking at the photograph just then, I'd like to know exactly what the roof is made out of, because it looks like asbestos. Is that correct, or is it tiled?
To me, it did not look like asbestos, but I am not entirely qualified. The structural report does not mention asbestos.
That's profile.
Thank you. Thank you, Cass. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions?
Chair, are we on questions or on debate?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead. Question, Councillor Benton.
It's more of a comment than a question.
Go to debate. Let's go to debate.
We can't really. It would be difficult to refuse this point plan because we've got the inspector's comments on this. I personally, and this is me personally, bearing in mind that I have corrugated tin buildings in my ward, which people have lived in for many years, and are trying to upgrade because it's not the corrugated tin that's the problem, it's the wood frame inside that collapses after 40, 50, 60 years. And I have doubts about the foundations. They're going to have to put in some ship foundations, and if they enter the bathroom, obviously they're going to have to put in that main drainage. So there will be a lot of disruption, and it will be hard to tell whether or not the new building actually echoes what was there before. Effectively, it will be a new building. even if one or two of the uprights are the same, and some areas the concrete is the same. Having said that, I have also seen sheds, smaller ones, shall we say, small ones, usually stables, converted, and they can now plug them in profile black galvanized and with a pet lid, and they look fine. They look the same as what we should we say the equivalent of the 1949 village hall. We all used to have sort of green sheds or black sheds, which were our village halls stuck up after the war. They've mostly died. In the end, this all looks the same. And I don't mind that.
Okay, thank you for that useful comment. I have a question myself, which is about whether or not the Ramsar issue is addressed for this building, how that's addressed.
This lays outside of any nutrient catchment area.
Okay.
There is no requirement for entrance regulations.
So they have a required mitigation credits.
None is required. It's not. It's outside the nutrient catchment.
Oh, it's outside. Okay. Yeah, understood. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question. It's a comment,
maybe a proposal.
Okay.
I've listened to everything this morning. I personally don't feel there's any material planning reason to refuse this application. It's an extant permission on it anyway. We're looking at change of use, which is fine on its location. It's well screened. It's reuse of a building, and the alterations will enhance it. Whether or not they can get that roof on that building, we just got to go on what we've got. So they'd have to bring in a new application. So I think, or not, I'd be happy to approve.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Vitale.
So, Chair, I'm happy to second. I think the comments from Councillor Ryder are correct. There doesn't seem any material reasons, planning reasons why we should reject this application. As I hope I addressed in my questions, I can understand the concerns about enforcement and subsequent questions about whether the structure can hold the roof. But based on the information we've been given, I think we need to grant this permission. And so I'm happy to second it.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more questions or comments? No. So we have a proposer, Councillor Rideout, and it's seconded Councillor Vitale. And sorry, I wanted the recommendation. Yeah, what we're talking about here is going ahead with a recommendation for this. And I don't think there are any more questions. Councillor Price with a point. Please go ahead.
Should this application be approved, is there any way we can put a condition on that it's not a resident, not deserved? I mean, I appreciate it could be a holiday home, but not for full-time residential property or something like that. And is there anywhere restricting it? He's got his office space and cars will come and go, but equally it could be a large haulage depot. Could that be restricted? The sort of offices and business going in there, can that be restricted? I mean, I'm uncomfortable with this one, but I share my colleagues' concerns. We've got very few grounds to actually refuse.
The condition restricting the use class specifically to EG5 is restricting these building and site or offices to carry out operational or administrative functions. So as soon as you get haulage vehicles in your storage of caravans or outdoor storage or full group blocks would be outside of that use class, which require further planning application, no matter of enforcement if that didn't possible planning.
Are there any conditions apart from the
Councillor Fry, are you suggesting an alternative proposal here?
No, I'm sticking with. I'm uncomfortable with it, with what they're doing, but I don't think we've got any planning reasons that we can reasonably refuse, whether we like it or not.
Okay, thank you. So I think we can now go to the vote. We have a proposal from Councillor Whiteout, seconded from Councillor Vitale. This application P/FUL/2025/06711. But everyone who is in favour of it, please vote by show of hands. We have 7 in favour and how many against? 1 against. Any abstentions? Oh. You show of hands, please. Can we have a show of hands again for those in favour? Nine. Okay, 9. I missed Councillor Taylor, I think, before. Those against? We have 1. Those abstentions? No abstentions. So therefore the recommendation is carried. The decision is for application P/FUL/2025/06711 to accept the recommendation. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for that. I don't know whether people would like a sort of 10 or 15-minute break. 15? 10. To say 12.
When that's 20 minutes.
10 past. Okay, go 10 past. Everyone back at 10 past.
Thank you. Thank you.
then I shall resume. This is application E/FUML/2025/03608. This is regards to store adjacent to Bristol Road, Sherborne, to convert into a single dwelling. This will be presented by Cass. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So, site location is represented Sherborne on the main of Bristol Road, north. The red, the black line is the settlement boundary, and then you cross it through conservation. So it's outside of the designated conservation area. Similarly, it touches showing this relationship with the internal settlement. Application sites here, Bristol Road, and then the buildings to the north and the development to the east and to the rear. Is there first of all to show the site's location and its relationship? I'm going to focus a lot on impacts on the neighbour community. This presentation is one of the main reasons that it's been called into consideration by the committee today. So this is the application over here in the red. This is from our drive behind to plan 7 here. I recently had a 2-story site extension choose the east. City neighbouring garden attached to Glenthorne House. So I'll just zoom in again so you can see a little bit about the kind of situations in the last area photograph. Application buildings kind of flat roofed, Glenthorne House's garden. Yeah. Glenthorne House's major kitchen and main dwelling, and then our driving new extension. So this is the existing site. This is the building here, this brick building, proposed for conversion to residential units. And this is the neighbouring patio garden for rental house. So the application building is here, simulations. Bodies for the documents, please face in the beach. You could say that today, say again last week with the weather was terrible. So this is the application building here, and then the verge that extends down. Okay, one looking back up the road, you see the application building, our driver behind, and the house again, and that's taking the items here. There's a palm that runs behind the building, and behind the house makes our drive, so you can manage. And this is the proposal. This application follows a previous application that was refused in January 2022, but the sole reason for refusal being a lack of provision for nutrient mitigation as it's within some surveillance and more nutrient catchment. A subsequent appeal of 2022 for the same reason was dismissed as insufficient mitigation of the nutrient patterns presented. During the course of the previous application, the design of both dwelling was amended slightly to remove a couple of some more formal features to simplify the approach to the site. Removing those details were considered important to not overly formalise the setting and to respect its situation next to Glenthorne House. So this top image is the front elevation which faces the road. The scheme is designed to add a roof to the middle of the existing building, which I'll go through in more detail as we go through the pictures. So the actual building extends from where they've indicated the boarding from the garage across to this wall. So they're only proposing to put the roof into the centre and retain the element that they're putting the garage as a single story element. I use garage like that because not proposed with it. It's too small for the So to the other side, so this would be a single story next to Glenthorne House's garden, and the new roof goes up over the top. Then the end bay would be effectively nibbled out to create a court. Show you what the plans in the road. And to the rear, where that path led up to our drive, are small windows on the ground floor, which would be obscure glazed to prevent in-looking and reflects in the roof. The side elevation shows a pedestrian door leading into the water courtyard from the verge to the south. And then, so that door will go through the wall. And then this is a cut out cross section showing patio doors going into the kitchen and dining room. They kept the layout as being one room deep, so the building is so narrow, and so the layout was a very approach. The proposed floor plans. So that's the courtyard to the left hand side of the building would be nibbled down, pedestrian door, small area sitting out to the door in, kitchen diner, stairs, etc. with a little sitting room, and then that's a single garage. It's adjacent to the house of building, which runs in the story. Upstairs, 2 double bedrooms and a small room in the land room. The section diagram shows the proposals in relation to the 2 adjacent neighbours. So this is for the original bar drive, and then this is its new extension, which is going out to expanded fence here. That's that part of the photo of the verge, and then the existing unit, then the roof attached, and then this mountain adjacent. So just to put that in context, and it's kind of difficult to understand the drawings. Garage element here, this is the boarding doors that it shows. This will remain single story, and then the roof will be added here, and along there, and then this will be to the rear. Windows at the bottom, the skill base for them in looking. Windows in the roof into the bedrooms. The rear wall has been confirmed to follow the same footprint as the rear wall currently, but some rebuilding may be retained, but that footprint will remain, so that verge will be retained as it is. It is acknowledged that the site is constrained due to it being in this location of on a verge, and as such, a method statement condition is proposed to seek details on any construction methods, methodology, storing of equipment and materials and personnel, equipment, etc. Here's a few more streets and images to show the relationship with the site and its neighbours. So the site itself is narrow, so the resulting gateway will be put onto the top of it, which can inherently be narrow. The parking verge separate the new gateway from the drive from the site, and there's a change in elevation. It's quite significant when wildlife looks down on the site. Looking further back, you can see how it's narrower. The gateway of stones on the house, and the width of their garden is quite better. It's there, the garden sticking out with the pavement, so the application building is touch further into the verge. For clarity, the verge and the bench would remain as is. It's not within the red line. There's a small area adjacent that's in the red line. We assume would be useful storage for materials, etc. Other than that, this remains as the verge adjacent is not proposed development. So another street seems just to explain how the site is supposed to be laid out. This white area being a garden, bedroom house, downstairs, kitchen and into the garden. And again, I'm on to convert my changed levels and current layout. And then looking back, this is our drives, timber purchase for its site extension, part of these background behind the site. This fence is the neighbouring fence close to one house, they have gates comes down, and then obviously continues down back in the version and joins down there. So it's another reason why the method statement is important to make sure that access can be obtained. So just to recap how sites can be laid out. So that's a summary of where we are. I'm going to focus now on the impact of neighbourhood being one of the key considerations that we're here today to discuss. I've included this, which was provided by one of the objectives of the scheme as a useful sort of site area photograph from back in the day, quite a direct extension isn't there, but otherwise it shows quite clearly the relationship between Bentham House, Bentham Houses, Kitchen Diner, their garden, and then the application building. So this is the door, would just be the garage and single story, and then we'll show the top. And this is to confirm that I have double checked measurements as per the plans to show that there is the space I've indicated on the plans to provide things like scaffolding and the ability to do work to this wall. So I'll just put it that is in theory possible. So to confirm measurements and changes, it's then totally diagram of the existing at the bottom and the proposed at the top. The original building being 2.6, this end 2.8, and then the addition. So this will be the existing level, adjacent to the garden. So then increase in wall height and up to the eaves. Those are around 3.8 meters. From a section perspective, the existing bin on the left, obviously the existing as viewed from the house side. And so the original building is around 2.5, 2.6 metres here, and then the roof will take the roof up by around 1.3 metres here to the eaves, and then the gable being around 4 metres as additional. So with the agreement and request of the occurrence of Bentham House, I've included some photos from their dwelling, by profile themselves and taken by themselves, and explain the relationship between that and the application site. So this is a photo looking out from their kitchen sink to the application site. This is their garden, and then their trellis is attached to the application site in the end, and then the new gable is shaped onto here. This is their view from their back door. They're looking over to their garden. So this is the trellis they've attached. So they use their the side wall on the application side has the boundary of their garden and not the side. That's their trellis above them, and so the application building will be there. This is a photo taken from the top of their steps. So that's the path that goes onto 9 Bar Drive. It's down the back. And so that's the application building, you see the roof here, vegetation on the top. So they can be all built up and then go. This is taken by me on the rainy day. The other side of the garden is the main road, looking back over their garden to where the application building is. It's the gate of the drive, and so the gate will be built up in Scout. It's worth pointing out that there are no windows inside elevation like this is divided by that to show they're sitting out enjoying the space of that space. And I'll just show you on the plan that shows that relationship. So here's their house. That's the main wall. I gave them here. Chin. Their house here. And then it's the proposed dwelling on the top. The counter is raising the story. The second story on here. So this image at the bottom right is an amended plan, which I did ask the applicant to provide because it incorrectly labelled where the chimney the main house was in the kitchen. So if that was incorrect, so that's been updated. As this updated plans and that's still clarity to show this the two kitchen and the detail is not attempted, but let's all appreciate the space. This is their main sitting out in the meeting space. So it's to the side of their house or into their kitchen time. So just to confirm, this area of the garage will remain single story. Then this will be where the above of the wall on the roof will be added. There would be a change of outlook, and that's acknowledged by officers. But the scheme has been designed to take into account to provide some breathing space by providing a single story element adjacent to the house's garden. currently from their garden and their kitchen window and their back door, as you can see from the photos, would change. It doesn't currently provide them with a significant sense of openness. The addition of the upper floor means the application building could be a new presence to occupiers of that building and would be to got that space. It was often a different hamlet for occupants of that house. Just go back to the view from that garden up into the application space. The end of their garden, as we said, they use the application building to form their attached house. Bits and bobs to it, and this is currently an open situation that they enjoy. The design of the scheme there is that it wouldn't be 2-story until after German. So at least the new gable will be set back from here for like 2.8 meters. So that's the end of the garden here. And that's set back area and then the 2 surveillance start. So looking back, you can see how the existing building is narrow. So the new gable would be narrow. That's it compared to the house. The proposed gable doesn't extend full width or length of the house and garden, and due to the design of the upper story only being set back beyond the garage element by about 2 meters, there would remain some openness on either side of the gable in view from the neighbouring garden. It's not a long blank wall that extends across the whole area. So they would put the nature of the gableness and picture if there would be breathing space and openness from either side of it. With regards to the impacts for 9-bar drive, so located gable end onto the application site, and so there's no neutral in or overlooking between the locations. 9-bar drive is effectively filled. Their side garden would have been like by that extension, so their primary amenity space would be to the rear and to the front. So it is not considered that there be a significant burn or overshadow that affects 9-bar drive from building up that roof to amenity spaces. So to discuss that impact, this is the photo taken from the steps looking down located here. The existing building which roof is narrow, and as a result, the gable will be narrow. It would not extend the full width of the garden, and would not fully obstruct that view by section patio pictures. There will be openness retained on all sides. The scheme is designed so to retain a single-story element onto the open garage, and so the gate will be set back in 2.2 meters from that garden. Not a large blank wall, and it was not flank the whole length of the dwelling or the garden. So officers' opinion now is that the roof of the new dwelling would be set back from the garden form, and the resulting separation between the new roof and the adjacent property, its gable nature, it is considered that sufficient space would remain between the new roof of the proposed dwelling and the neighbouring property, so as not to result in significant overbearing or overshadowing of the neighbouring property. Due to the narrowness of the gable and its being set back from the neighbouring garden, any resulting overshadowing to the neighbouring garden is considered to be limited in extent situation that does not warrant significant impact on the neighbouring property. I've just put up here the text of local planning policy N16, which takes into consideration of impacts of schemes on amenity. There are no openings in the northern gable that would impact overspend on the house not to pull drive that not obscure glaze, and a condition would be proposed to restrict any new openings or additions. On balance, it's considered that there is sufficient breathing space would remain between the proposal site and the adjacent dwelling due to the narrowness of the gable and it being set back from the neighbouring garden, but any results of overshadowing would be limited to the extent of duration that may be considered not to have significant adverse effect on the impacts of neighbouring properties. So moving on from having unity and second area of concern raised by objectives is the design and impact on the character of the building. So it's currently a bit of a strange little unit, and the contribute particularly well with this quiet and unintrusive. The application of finding use for an unutilized building is acknowledged that there is some discrepancy between the applicant's suggestion and objectives of the scheme as to the history of the site, what has been useful in the past and what might have been useful, and therefore what an appropriate design response should be. However, it's outside the conservation area and it's within the settlement boundary of the town. So the arguments as to what it has or hasn't been somewhat irrelevant. Also, opinion is whether the approach is appropriate in its location. It's considered that this approach is appropriate. It's simple, it resembles an outbuilding or stable type conversion. It's not ostentatious, it's not brand, it doesn't try to it isn't, hence why we asked them to remove the couplet on the more natural aspects. I think it's remain subservient on the street scene. There's a couch for hostages next to one house as well, which I'll hopefully take you through so you can see how this scheme might fit in well. So it's considered that this scheme is a good scheme that enhances the character and appearance of the site. It's modest, it's not over ostentatious, or door windows and some new plants. And materials and methods stated in condition with request details of materials proposed. Proposed to retain as much of the red brick as possible on the stone sides, and the joint conditions of ensure the quality finish of the skin. So just going up the road to show what it currently is red in conjunction with. One house, and the rest of the liquid positive next one house, which require the setback. So it's considered that the scheme kind of resembles this. It's setback a little bit and down one house, as it's a picture of just one door one. And then opposite is the one development, which is careful with. So the second house is the ultimate patio. This application building, so that really from there and to aligns with the purpose of suggest in a way which enhances the appearance of the area. Our drives into the applications down here, house drive find. So we kind of round off that little road and actually the houses and to also pending result in an enhancement to the county and station. And it's interesting to know just as you go down. This is the version that will be obtained. This is a little narrow thing here as you go into the conservation of the next. So it's considered to be a very good design response. With regards to occupants of the proposed line and whether the design name is applicable, I put in some diagrams, measurements just to show how the site will meet the space standards. I think it said in my report that it doesn't, but I was thought that you couldn't assess anything underneath when 7.5 meters is a big floor space, but it's actually 1.7 showing the calculations. But internally, it provides a decent living accommodation. All the rooms are dual aspect downstairs, so they see light. Both these ones could be good days, but that's will give you light. And then I'm showing things here. The courtyard is acknowledged to be small, but it is what it is. And gives you some space to sit out, gives some less space for personal which we share some and you want to try out. The garage space in inverted commas, which would remain in the story, would be like open seat bikes and this. So just to confirm that the application does actually meet the space standards. 3 bedrooms, both of these bedrooms are double to meet the requirements. And the head height being anywhere from 0.5 meters acceptable to be handled that space. So, in conclusion, it's an infill plot, a suitable location for a new dwelling within the settlement boundary, walking cycle to shops, parks, and schools. The design resembles a modest townhouse outbuilding conversion, suitable for this edge of location. It's not in conservation, but develops a large response to the site. with materials secured by condition to electronic of good quality and represent enhancement of the character and appearance of the area. With regards to neighbouring community, this acknowledged would be a change in outlook for occupants of Glenthorne House. Local plan policy M16 states that development should only commence if it does not have a significant adverse effect on the living conditions of occupiers of residential properties, due loss of privacy or through inadequate daylight or excessive overshadowing or overbearing impact. As previously discussed, due to the narrowness of the proposed gable addition and it being set back from the neighbouring garden scuttle of the flat roof over the gouge elements, that any resulting overshadowing to the neighbouring garden is considered to be limited in excessive duration, unless such is enough to opinion the impact would not be significant enough to warrant choosing of the application and balance with all the benefits of the scheme. I always have no objection to not proposing to use a garage for parking. But within this location, being walking in biking distance and town's facilities and services and allowed parking is considered to be acceptable. Construction method statement is secured by condition, which will see details of working practices, storing of materials, how things will be arranged to ensure that both the highway and the pavement of the ground be managed and maintain access. Matters of nutrient mitigation identified with way credits, as with biodiversity gaining, and the applicant provided information to both those things are available and will be posted as investment conditions. The proposal will provide 1 unit of market housing with a contribution from the housing land supply, and in Oxford will result in an improvement of character and appearance of the area. As such, on balance, the proposal is wholly judged compliant with the development policies of the adopted West Dorset Ways Development Plan and the National Planning Policy Framework, as recommended for approval subject to conditions about in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, we'll move on to our speakers now. Can I please ask Caroline O'Toole to speak for your 3 minutes? Thank you.
The button at the front.
Button at the bottom.
Thank you. Sorry, I've never actually done anything like this before, so I'm quite anxious about the whole process. But as you probably realise, so good morning, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to come here and talk to you. So I'm Caroline O'Toole. I live at Glenthorne House, Bristol Road. One of my major objections to this is that this is not really the proposed. I'm going to just read this. Sorry, the proposed 2-storey, 3-bedroom house is effectively a new build. It will replace the stores and garages, which abut my sort of sunken small patio garden. The wall of the garage is also my garden wall boundaries. We clearly stated a shared wall, etc. Although some of the drawings are inaccurate because part of my garden actually goes around to the edge of that garage. That garage, by the way, has props inside. It's all asbestos roof. There's no way that that would be retained, possibly rebuilt. It's falling down. So one of the fundamental inaccuracies also in a most recent drawing, which I think Cass has sort of addressed to some extent, is the notion, and I'm not an architect, that my kitchen is a lean-to. It's, as you saw, it's a solid construction, it's permanent, and it's an integral part of my living space. Possibly built, I think, at the same time as the house. The developers failed to accurately, I think, assess the impact on my right to light. This building is too large, too close, and it will significantly overshadow my kitchen and possibly stripping away some of the natural light. The proposal represents a clear case of overdevelopment. The building is simply too large for the footprint of the land, leading to possible environmental harms, significant loss of local flora and fauna, which is a bit of a buffer for the noise from Bristol Road. Moving on from that, I think one of the major concerns for all of our neighbours who have objected is the parking situation. I'll try and be quick on this. Bristol Road is a really busy road. We have significant sort of heavy traffic to and from the Griffin School. We've also got rather large farm machinery up and down, and parking only on one side. And that is, I think, would be the east side of Bristol Road. heading out of town, and a lot of the people living there have sort of created their own drives as well, which is to a certain extent restricted parking. The Quad Drive has now become a bit of an overflow for people on Bristol Road, and Quad Drive, I would say, is its sort of saturation point with parking. The footpath is used by people who want to go as a shortcut to the Quar Nature Reserve, and so we do see people, you know, with young families and walking their dogs and so forth. And okay, thank you. So their concern is that that access will be restricted or even prevented, or there might be even further damage to the actual footpath. Further on, I just think it's misleading to suggest that this is some kind of restoration of what currently exists. It's not. It's a new build, and it doesn't reflect the local vernacular. There is no local vernacular. And I'll just say this is the second time, so I've been living with this for the last 5 years, and I just want to urge the committee to see this for what it is. It's an attempt to cram too much into too small. Can I just finish this really short sentence? Sorry. Just cramming too much into too small a space at the expense of the existing community. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I please ask Councillor Margaret Crossman to speak on behalf of Sherborne Town Council.
Good afternoon. I've not done this before, so bear with me, please. We feel that I'm speaking on behalf of Sherborne Town Council, who object to the application on several grounds. One, we feel the application is lacking in essential details and is incomplete, and that the plans are unclear. Secondly, the adverse impact on neighbouring community. The new structure would be detrimental to the community of the house immediately to the north, that's Glenthorne House, and to the houses on Quar Drive to the west. I've got 11 and 12, but you were talking about 9, but it's those houses there. The third one, the proposal would result in overdevelopment of the site. It's bounded, as we've seen, by the public highway and by footpaths, and the building will occupy most of the site. And the fourth one, which is where our local knowledge comes in, I couldn't hear everything that Kaz was saying, but I don't think any mention was made of the fact that the secondary school for the town is a little way up the road, and the road gets very busy, and there's a lot of child pedestrians at morning and evening when the children are going to and from school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No. Thank you for that. Just one point I need to make. We're approaching 3 hours. The possibility of a lunch break. Members, what would you like to do? Would you like to discuss and finish this application?
Yes.
Yes. If we go for lunch.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
We're going to pass 3 hours.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we need to take a vote to go past 3 hours. So we just do that. Okay, that's great. Next, any salient points past that you would like to address with speakers? No, so move straight on to questions from members then. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Cass, can you explain, please? I wasn't very clear on the south end elevation where you showed a single door and also patio doors or bifolds there on the picture. Not sure on that one, please. Second question, do you want them all at once or do you want them one at a time? The loss of light. Have we had a light assessment been done on the neighbouring house, please? What's the situation with the parking there? Because I guess if it's 1 or 2 people, they're going to have 1 or 2 cars there, please. And what's the situation with any renewables? Thank you.
So here is the section drawing So if you remember both sides, of the proposed dwelling, which remains single story with the two story in the middle. And so at the left hand side next to the verge, it's proposed to have a pedestrian door into their new courtyard. And then this section drawing which shows that on that courtyard they were going to have a patio door into their ground floor. The layout. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
With regards to the light assessment, we haven't been provided with one. Yeah, we are just running based on site visits and analysis of the plans. We wouldn't expect a light assessment for a small scale scheme such as this generally. Regards to parking, there is no parking provided. It's 1 unit of accommodation inside the settlement boundary. With access directly onto the pavement and the road for biking and walking to the facilities. If this was subdivision of existing home to 2 or 3, for small schemes such as this, you would not necessarily require designated on-street parking, but it is large that it's constrained in the area. I would have no objection from the council system traditional parking for recording. Renewables not provided.
Is it normal under circumstances in a situation like this with an application that we don't have the impact of what the light assessment might be on the impacted house to see where the sunlight might come in, or is that normal?
Thank you, Chair. Sometimes applications are supported by lights assessments, but here Cass has explained the relationship between planning assessment against the planning policy of whether a building in that location would result in adverse impacts in terms of overshadowing of the kitchen window, which is a habitable room. So I think in this situation, officers considered there was enough information through the site visit, the plans, and the information submitted to be able to make that assessment against our policy. And the policy does require that it needs to be, you've got the adverse, and an adverse, demonstrable adverse impact on the immediate occupier. So it's not no impact, it's whether it pushes over to an unacceptable impact. And in this situation, the gable that's 1.5 story will be set back off the boundary of the garden. So you can see here, then in officers you be sufficient distance to avoid it being overbearing or result in significant overshadowing of the garden area or loss of light to the kitchen window. So the relevant line in the policy 16 of the Western Wing of the Local Plan, it can't have a significant adverse effect on the immunity of occupiers of properties through inadequate daylight or excessive overshadowing, overbearing impact or flicker, and that's the policy we're assessing that's against in this instance. Thank you, Sharon.
Okay, it's okay. Councillor Rideout, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Rideout, getting on board. 2 or 3 questions, comments. First of all, Cass, the roof lights on the rear, are they going to be fixed? Can they be opened? Secondly, picking up with my colleague here, picked up on the same question about overshadowing. I was hoping there'd be an assessment. But looking at the orientation of the building to Glenthorpe, Glenthorpe's to the north, so I think there'd be minimal overshadowing. It's going to be at some point of the day, more to the middle of the day. And thirdly, the garage, is that really for storage? Because I think that's going to be awfully tight for a vehicle, and especially coming off a busy road. It's too small, isn't it? Which is disappointing, but then it's for storage possibly.
Just storage. She said it was too small.
Thank you. The roof lights, the detail of whether they can be open or fixed on provided in this information, but I would imagine that they would be openable to an extent, ventilation and building regulations. The 2 double rooms have windows for front side doors, and they will be required for emergency access. And they are not on plans to be obscured, so be secured by condition. With regards to the location, it is the application building to the south of Glenthorpe House, so as the sun swings round, there is going to be that would, the new game would resolve some of the shadow and that burden of duty about the light train stress. And the outside post parking.
Okay, thank you. So Cooper.
Yeah, it's really to do with the garage and that. Where the garage is, what's the width of the footpath between the garden wall and the edge of the road?
So the bank is shown to be behind 1.2.
No,
Front.
The front.
the garden wall there and the edge of the road coming out. Down.
The pavement.
Yeah, the pavement, the width of the pavement, sorry.
I'm sorry, I haven't measured the width of the pavement, but by my guesstimate, 4.5 an hour is here, and then extended to around 2.5 here.
So you think it's 1.5?
I haven't got that, I haven't measured it, sorry.
Because I think that's my concern, is it's too narrow and used to the damage on that.
The garage
So
is
you think
across the parking.
I can help with that.
Some of those parking with vehicles, the garage. So highways have no comments on that for vehicle access, but it's not proposed, you couldn't fit a modern car in there, it's not proposed for vehicle parking.
Oh.
It's misleading to call it
Garage, but not
storage should be in there.
Okay.
This is the confusion, I know. And then we're going to Alex.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Benson.
Thank you, Chair. Just going to say who we are. Okay. What do we have any knowledge of the current use of these buildings? Have they been used recently? They look sort of as though nobody's much opened those doors in a fair few years. So are they basically totally redundant? That was the first question. The Glenthorne house, does it have any other garden space, or is it only the piece of the kitchen? That's another one. And I was going to ask how busy is the road, but I've sort of heard there's a school nearby, it's a relatively busy road. Okay. I think parking is the biggest issue, but also thinking in terms of the safety of any future occupants of the house. The front door would open dead onto pavement with no restriction, no say. If somebody's going past with a push game, straight in their face. That's maybe, I mean, when you first looked at it, I thought, oh, this is quite sweet. It looks a little bit like those, tiny cottages that have been here since the 1700s, where you used to build on any tiny orbits. Is that maybe suitable for living space and the safety of future occupants? And my other question, which is more of a question, is has pre-application and discussions happened on this application? Because my instinct is actually the storage garage and the what's it called, courtyard could be combined and put together to the north side of the house so that it makes a bigger space, and it also takes the gable end away from Glenthorne House. So I wonder if the whole property could be just flipped, and whether a discussion happened on that.
Okay, thank you. Pass, go ahead.
I don't have any specific details as to the current use of the site. Hearsay is it's somewhat done at the moment. And in planning terms, the current use isn't necessarily material consideration. The proposal to release an existing building to create a dwelling and so we're taking it from that. Everyone house has a small area to the rear of the property. Here there's amenity space, but it's going to that's where their rear windows look out, so the front windows look out to the road, and then their rear windows look out to over the bar drive. And they had a master of garden along here, but this would be their primary garden area. And parking, I think we've covered.
Yeah.
Safety and doors onto pavements. If I can find a photo, but The application will be set further back than Glenthorne House's front door.
Yeah.
So this is Glenthorne House and they have a front door. These are run to the pavement here. And then their garden is warmed and then the application building was pushed back. So there's a little bit of breathing space from that door. And also there's that pedestrian door posed into that courtyard space, and there would be options also there to walk into there if you want to come with the shopping bags and such like. But the pavement is wider here than it is for Glenthorne House and similar to the cottages that we saw further up the road. With regards to pre-application, there has been no pre-application discussion formally, other than the discussion on the design matters for the previously used scheme. There's been nothing else since that.
Okay. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Tim. I actually used to live next door to this Glenthorne. I used to live in Overdale, so I know exactly what this house is doing there. And the boundary walls regarding the outbuildings, they were in use about 50 years ago, but not quite recently from what I can work out. Pavement is adequate, it's quite wide enough for a decent pushchair to go down. My question is the willingness of the application regarding the final fixtures of the building. I don't see what's going to be ending in. I question it because I've questioned it before. The fact is, like, it's red brick. Is it? Because some of the houses are red brick and stone, some of it's stone, and some of it's got blue brick in as well. So about the character of the layout of the buildings going up Bristol Road, which it is on the western side, it does have a school on the right hand side at the top. It's the Griffin School, which used to be St Albans, which I used to go to. So I do know this area is very busy with kids things. My question is the willingness of the application regarding the finish, and what is the actual materials? Because we've got absolutely no idea apart from I heard red brick, and that's about it. So within keeping of the definition of the area, design code, appearance, etc., that's my main question: is what is the final condition of the building?
The plan shows the red brick to be retained to the front. The supporting segment confirmed the room will need to be redone, so that would be a matter of materials consideration.
Yeah.
And then it showed again the tops would be timber flat. Those materials are considered to be acceptable and appropriate in this situation.
Thank you back on that. Yeah. You said the gable top, is that on the front door up? Can I go on to the original? There's a plan showing 1 point something meters, I think it was. The bit between, you see the roof where the windows on the roof and the deluxe windows, and then you've got the piece between the front door and the window. What is that? Because that, are they going to white clad it, or are they going to brick it? Because the fact is that the feature of Glenthorne, Overdale, and the other house there is purely Victorian red brick, classic, and stone. It's proper form stone, I think it always are. So therefore, I'd be concerned that the building will just stick out like a sore thumb because it hasn't got any finished features on there that I can see.
So condition 5 requires that prior to rebuilding any existing walls and prior to installation of any new walls and roofs. And the method statement and retention of links to existing buildings, details and samples for new and replacement roof materials shall be submitted and approved by. And there's a similar condition of all joinery. And so it indicates to me that it's either going to be brick or timber boarding for that top bit. That could be, that's being detailed by condition 5 as to what would be. Quad Drive has timber cladding, bottom is indicated to be brick. Those details would be secured by condition, and either of those options would be interpreted from the plans would be acceptable in my opinion.
Okay, and Hannah, do you have something? I'm
very happy with that.
No, not actually, because I want to know exactly what's going on there, because that goes into a timber cladding at the top, brick on the bottom, roof tiles on the top. That's completely out of character with everything else in the road. Bristol Road completely, all the houses down there are red brick, all of them. So therefore, I'm concerned about the final condition of it and the final build of it, and it still doesn't need to be continued on there. And plus the fact that we're supposed to be having red brick, as have been in the previous applications, we haven't actually see samples of what's going on there, and I haven't seen any. So therefore, it's a bit of a guesswork on this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I come in?
Yes, please come in.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I think if those concerns that need more specific in terms of what materials are, the condition could include a requirement for brick for the parts that are rebuilt. I think we could change potentially the word of that condition to say, notwithstanding any submitted details and elevation drawings, that the samples that we have already secured that need to be submitted for approval should comprise brick, suitable brick, and that would be possible if you felt that was justified in terms of the context of the site.
Can I come back on that one? So, well, classically, the fact that is the Victorian red brick, and that's why there's pertains to the area of Sherborne is most of the buildings in South Street and North and Bristol Roads that are of this brick. So it's very particular that would be quite specific on this because it is in an area that's.
Can we come back on that?
Thank you.
I want to move on to Councillor Major.
Just coming back to David Taylor's point, it actually says in the slide up in front of you, holding that middle strip.
Yeah.
So it does specify what that middle material is. And I was under the impression from Kaz's report it's not actually in the conservation area.
Go ahead.
That's correct. It's outside the conservation area, and it would be debatable as whether it's considered to be in the setting of it because it's quite a long way up. But it is in the context of Glenwood House and those cottages to the north of Chartwell. Interesting.
So are we on this?
Okay, thank you. So I think we've done questions. Comments. Councillor Brenton, please go ahead.
Sorry, I've just flipped through the presentation again, and looking at the existing stone wall, I think it is, on the south side, which is like the only bit of building significance there. Has the historic buildings officer looked at it? Because I know in my village, 2 walls that were supposed to be taken, which were designed to be taken down and made gateway in, they couldn't because the conservation officers said they are historic stone walls. So you have to change your design to incorporate those. And I did wonder if that has been taken into account. If, of course, it was just rubble stone thrown together in the 1950s, that's not a problem. But I suspect these buildings were probably old stables or mews places for the bigger house. So, have we had any comments from a conservation officer or a historic buildings officer or whatever we call them now? Thank you.
The building isn't listed wrong within the setting of any listed buildings, not within the conservation area. So the informal advice can sort from the conservation officer. But condition 5, which requires details to be submitted as to new and rebuilt walls, it's in the spirit of trying to retain what's characterful of this building, and so there would be an expectation that this rubble wall would, personally, I don't think it has particular historic interest, but it is characterful of the area, and the red brick is also characterful of the area. So that method statement would ensure a good response and secure a good quality of the results and appearance and design.
Yes,
looking at that, it's 4.5 meters from basically the front of the wall to the edge of the grass where it hits the path. That is more than halfway. So on the design, if you've got the walls and a gap in the middle to make your entrance, you're going to have to knock off half of that or the end of that wall. So altering, adjusting the plan would be necessary, in which case the plan we've got in front of us is not really valid at the moment. It needs a bit of adjustment, I would suggest.
Just to be clear on that, are you saying that the materials need to be defined?
No, I'm saying that the wall, you should keep the wall.
Should keep the wall. Okay, understood. Cass?
The plan showed that would have pedestrian door inserted into it. And so the statement under condition 5 would help ensure us that the rest of the wall was maintained, the building is not vested, and we're not considered, it's not within the conservation area, and the design approach is considered to be acceptable to potentially to that wall.
Okay, thanks for that. Do we have any more comments? Okay, Councillor Wood, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just about the life assessment aspect, is it possible to get that as a condition, and does it actually have an objective measure that it's got certain measurement that it's not acceptable, or is it always subjective?
We would be able to stick that as a condition, because I think one of the considerations we have to take into account today is whether the impact on the neighbouring property is acceptable or not in planning terms of the policy M16. So to say that it's okay rather than planning permission today, but then want an assessment wouldn't be appropriate, because you have to approve the plans and asking as it is.
Okay, any other? Yeah, Councillor, maybe go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So on that, could we refuse it on the grounds that there was no light survey, whatever you want to call it? Or is that not reasonable grounds to refuse it?
I think you can.
Back on that.
We're not.
Thanks, Chair. The recommendation is that it's acceptable in relation to that policy. So if the committee felt that it conflicted with that policy, then there needs to be an explanation of why there's a conflict there based on the information that Cass has presented. So yeah, it's a kind of balance that needs to be struck in terms of whether it's okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, can I just make a suggestion? Can we condition it so that we retain the old wall and we have some kind of suitable material for the outside of the house so it stays in keeping? Is that something that we can do or not?
Yes, so as Hannah said, we can amend proposed condition 5 to say notwithstanding the annotation on the approved plans, details shall be submitted and a sub panel of, and if you want to specify for it, you can the condition if you've got a please where necessary in planning terms.
Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you. Well, that's good. Any other comments from anyone?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, Councillor Foxley, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say, really, whilst I have huge sympathy with the next door neighbour at Glensall, on both counts of the possible lack of light and parking particularly. I do personally feel that this is doable. I think it's as described, it's not pretentious. It's what it is. And little people like me have to live there because nobody at 6 foot will be able to manage the heights. But look, I think in these times where we're all being encouraged to build and any available plot, to be honest with you, it's a bit of an eyesore as it is. I think it will look quite attractive as a small cottage.
Yeah.
So I'd like to recommend approval.
Okay, would you like to put any conditions on that?
Sorry, I think the conditions of design, brick and stone, I certainly think all that should be done to protect not just the area adjacent to a conservation site, but the concept actually of a small cottage. It will be much more attractive if it can be done in sort of local-ish.
Yes, okay. Thank you for that. Thanks for Taylor.
I'd like to second that on regard to the condition, of course, the conditions are met regarding the outside construction, red brick, etc., and stone. and think in keeping with Glenthorne and Overdale and the other house, because it is a unit that actually does match it all going through. And Bristol Road is designed that way all the way through. And the thing is that that's my firm condition on that one there.
Okay, thank you. Let's just check with the planning people whether we can implement that condition.
Thank you, Chair. So condition 5 currently reads, prior to rebuilding existing walls and prior to the installation of new walls and roofs, a method statement detailing intention of reuse of existing materials and details and samples of new wall and roof materials shall be submitted to and approved by the planning authority. We could add a line that says any such samples shall comprise of brick and stone. So that's not prescriptive, but it does mean that any new materials have to be brick and stone. If you want to be any more specific than that, then we could potentially look at a condition that says the stone on the gable shall be retained, but we're not quite certain whether that does need an element of rebuilding. So it's how precise you want to be. So changing the condition to say that any samples have to be brick or stone would mean that those would be the materials put forward. And then it'd be down to the officer to agree the scheme in terms of where those materials are on the building. But it's down to committees to decide what they want on that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Sorry, yeah, that's actually even more concerned on that, saying like Glenthorne, Overdale, and the house, they have stone doorways and stone windows. So therefore, I think in keeping with the rest of the terrace of those properties, definitely. So the red brick actually interlocks with stone, so it actually looks like it is.
Can we actually say?
Thank you, Chair. So you're talking about the arrangement in terms of the coins around the windows and the brick. So
Yeah, there's stone. Can I have a photograph up? You see, Overdale and Glenthorne, please.
the design of those going to be slightly different because this is sort of 1.5 stories, so it's more cottagey, isn't it, than these?
There you see.
That isn't actually part of the elevation drawings to have brick window dressing. So I'm just wondering how far we can go into the conditions. Because we're looking at a more sort of simple building here, aren't we? I suppose it's a little bit subservient to Glenthorne, but I think using stone and brick throughout the building would be complementary to those buildings. I think it would be difficult for condition to condition coin details, unless you, I'm not sure, I mean, it sounds committee, whether that would work on those cottage style window openings, but defer to you, Chair.
The cats are possibly.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd be very happy to leave this discretion. I think that there's another issue here as well. This is a very small building. The cost of building it is going to be substantial in today's market. It needs to stack up, actually. And if we get too prescriptive about putting some things, it might end up costing more than it's worth. Just
agree.
And so the space that we're improving will be invalidated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Taylor.
I'd just like to come back and say I totally understand the costs involved, Councillor Apothecary was saying, but things I feel as though we must retain some form of character in the street of the building to come and the buildings that are there to kind of marry in with it. And I'll give you an indication, like in Dorchester Brewery Square, we had to marry in that building to match the rest of the brewery buildings. So there is a possibility we can do it without the additional costs. It's just a question of using the materials in the correct way and making it beneficial. Can that be a condition?
I think because we've asked for a scheme of how it's going to be constructed and we have some control over that, I suppose in this instance we want to know if they're using a mixture of stone and brick, how that works together. Yes. So they could include details of the banding, brick banding to tie in or something like that, but it's going a bit beyond what's shown on the elevation drawing. So I think we need to be sort of quite precise about what we're requiring through the condition.
Okay.
But I do think there's a point in how its overall appearance. You could require certain details through the condition to be incorporated, but we need to be precise so they know what they need to submit to discharge the condition.
Can I therefore come back, Chair?
Yes.
Just to say, for example, like taking from the actual rooms that are actually there already, actually tying to what is actually going down the road from 3 buildings, first one Overdale, Glenthorne, then the house itself, is to keep it in sequence of being naturally there, you know, instead of just sticking out like a sore thumb. And so it's very interesting that we can see. The plans that are shown, it's very woody, you know, exactly trying to guess what it is there and can't. And so therefore I'm kind of the kind of to say with a bit of architectural merit, making it look as though it actually does belong there, sort of sticking out. That's what can I say those words?
Yeah, thank you. Hannah, do you need just a little bit of thought to come up with the right kind of wording on that?
I think in terms of the design, it's been designed to sort of complement the areas. So the fenestration details are good, and there's an interest in terms of the difference in the window openings. We do have a condition on that for the fenestration to ensure that's appropriate. I don't know in terms of the area, in terms of it being outside of the conservation area and not in the secondary listed buildings. I think the use of stone and brick is in an appropriate way through a scheme. Is probably sufficient in terms of what we can really require here. But if there are if there are elements of the condition that you want to sort of expand on, I think we could potentially do that. And we need to be a bit precise because we can't sort of redesign it through the condition. We can ask for samples. We could potentially ask for certain detailing, but we need to be able to justify that and why we're asking for it.
Can we come back on?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to be more particular on this. The reason why I'm being so particular on this, that building presentation, that drawing reminds me of the buildings in Trendall Street in centre of Sherborne. It's historic stone buildings or old houses and cottages. They look like that. They don't look like that in Bristol Road. So therefore, trying to characterise it and make it fit in more would be beneficial, definitely to the area and the characteristics of the buildings as well.
So we need to be a little bit more precise.
Precise, yeah.
So are we able to do that?
Can we
come
do
up
that?
with a right with a right like branding words to describe that, put that into a condition.
Can we do that?
We could potentially ask for sill and lintel details as well, because that's not conditioned. So they're showing that there will be a sill. They could potentially be stone or brick to tie in with the rest of the development. I think going beyond that, I think it might be difficult to ask for much more, but it's down to the committee to decide, if they want to add anything. But we could, in the fenestration detail, we could include sills and lintels. We've already got the windows condition, so we know that we have some input over that. And I think with the conditions specifying, the materials conditions specifying brick, an appropriate brick and stone, it would be a fairly characterful building would complement the area.
So can I come back on that as a recommendation?
Yes.
Can I come back on that as a recommendation? Can I come back on your proposal, Val, because it's secondary to say with the conditions of red brick, stone, and not panel, whatever it is above it. No, that's completely out of character what's going on there. So therefore, to say it's a condition for me to say is on your proposal. Are you okay with that?
So amendment of conditions,
yes,
or new conditions?
Yes.
Yes, I know, but I just feel our officers are quite capable of
Absolutely.
Exactly.
without us being too prescriptive.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Renton.
Thank you, Chair. Before we sort of rush on and get into votes and things like that, can I still do comments?
Yes,
okay.
Go ahead.
Right.
We're in common.
I quite like the picture, though it is woolly, and it does very much echo the sort of old vernacular styles. Fine. But I think...
Oh, microphone.
But... There.
We have to adjourn. Rory's left.
Ah, okay. Well, Rory's left. Yeah. So we will adjourn until Rory comes back. Is that all right?
He hasn't got...
Okay, thank you for that short adjournment. Alex, please go ahead.
Thanks, Richard. Right, so that was my dread. I agree with the look of the place, if it went ahead. What I do think is that we are talking about a very constrained site. There's nothing outside the back door. If there is a back door, it's straight onto that house. It's straight onto the road at the front. Although there are windows, yes, the view is cast at the front, and you can't look at the back because they're what's the word, obscured. So you have upstairs windows which you might possibly get a bit of life out of. I'm concerned much more about the life of the people who may live in there. They are constrained like being little goldfish. You can look, they can't chat. They have a tiny courtyard space to sit out in. I don't see the point in having the theoretical garage store on the other side because you can't actually get to it from the house. So you can't walk out that end. So that it is fairly pointless in my mind. The design is wrong. This is a very constrained house. It's technically written up as 3 bedrooms. 3 bedrooms you tend to assume children. So where are your children going to go? I think you know what goes straight out the front door onto the road. Nothing right. And if it was a smaller property, I know it seems small as in narrow, but it's quite long. So if it was a 2-bedroom property, you would assume less likely to have children or family, and you could actually make more space at the far end, because I am seriously concerned about the effect it has on the living conditions of the neighbours in Glenthorne House. That was a tiny little garden space, and you're going to make it overshadowed. I know the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, so you're going to be shaded in the middle of the day. Well, that's a good idea. But you are going to lose light. You are changing the living conditions of the neighbours, and you are creating a property which may not be desperately livable. After all, they can't park car in, right? They're going to be parking miles down the road. So you don't want people unloading toddlers into that house and then having to go park customers. It just seems like it's what's the phrase? Overdevelopment of a small site. Yeah. A small 2-bedroom cottage flat suits a couple or whatever, that's fine. They walk miles to park their car. But I think 3-bedroom there is too much, and then you could actually allow a bit of open space for them to live in and a little bit more light to next door. And I think it's just the wrong application.
Excellent, Taylor.
I'm going to come back on this actually, I'm afraid, because I really know the old the front gate. There was fortunately certain things that the actual garden aspect was only at the front piece, which is a tiny little slip, and we had no windows at the back as well. So that might come a bit of a sticking point regarding some approval or anything going on. I'm thinking possibility in case this goes to appeal, something like that. I'm just thinking of those concerns really on that score. So therefore, I don't know whether to just comment.
James. Oh, sorry, James. Please go ahead.
I didn't have actually a comment to make, but I will, given I've been given the mic. My sense of this is that we should grant it. We should go with the recommendation from Councillor Pothcary. It's within the development boundary. It's an infill development, which is the source of development we should be supporting in Dorset vis-a-vis lateral expansion of existing settlements and protecting our settlement boundaries. I don't think it's overdevelopment of the sites, and in fact, I think it's quite a small footprint. The nutrient neutrality concerns have been addressed. I don't think there'll be a massive impact on traffic on the roads, given that it's a small property. I think the light issue is the most salient one for us to consider, but I think there have been good reasons to suggest that whilst there will be an impact, it shouldn't outweigh the benefits of the site. I would support the amendment to the conditions suggested about brick and stone, although I wouldn't want it to be too any more specific. There's no architects, unless there's any declarations of interest made. There's no architect sitting in this committee and we should trust the committee. We should trust, excuse me, the applicant to design something that they want to live in, or something that someone else might want to live in the future. And I think it will improve the streetscape. At the moment, it seems like something that should be infilled. So I will, if Councillor Puffrey is obtaining her proposal, I will support it.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? No. Councillor Ryder, are you wishing to say something?
You were itching.
I was going to say something, then I wasn't. Now, will Councillor Rideout getting on? Sorry, just going back to the materials. I read in the report, I'm sure it's brick with a slate roof.
Red brick.
Red brick with a slate roof. That's correct. So the condition will cover those elements.
Thank you, Chair. We haven't specified the roof material, but if you felt that needs to be slate, that could be specified. Because at the moment, the proposed change to the condition could include, as read, but then with the sentence, any such samples shall comprise of brick, stone, and slate only. So that those would be the appropriate samples that needed to be submitted to discharge that condition. And what format that takes in terms of the scheme would have to be judged by the officer looking at when it was submitted. We could include slate as well to cover the roof material.
Perfect.
Thank you, Chair. I think okay. Brick and slate goes nice together. But on another note, that oak boarding that was mentioned, I'm sure, looking at this plan, that it refers to the garage, the front of the garage, rather than that band across the house. It's a clarification.
And then the.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Pothecary, do you think that what's being said by Councillor Ryder agrees with your proposal?
Yes, I do, Chair. I think essentially I feel it's what I already found, that we can leave it in very capable hands of our officers and people that are constructive. I think we're all on the same end, actually.
I think so.
And that's the main thing. All those three materials, brick, stone, and slate, are perfect.
Thank you.
Okay.
In whatever order, it's going to suit, actually.
Thank you. I do think now we can actually go.
No, risk.
Who wants it? Yeah, you've already stated.
I just like to say, Chair, I second that as Councillor Apothecary. Yeah, stone, brick, and slate. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're now going to the vote. For all those who are in favour of the proposal, the recommendation, please put your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have 9 in favour. Those against? 1 against. Any abstentions? No abstentions. Okay, thank you very much for that then. So that's the decision being made for P/2025/03608 store adjacent Glenthorne, Bristol Road, Sherborne. The committee has decided that that recommendation is to be adopted. Thank you very much. Now, given the time, it's now 1:30. Shall we take a break for about 40 minutes? Is that good for everyone?
Half an hour.
Half an hour? 30 minutes, yes? All those in favour of 30 minutes?
Chair, I'd have to give my apologies in which case. I mean, I don't suppose there's an option to, either crack on or move some of these applications into a subsequent meeting. I don't know what the policy is on that.
Nobody's hungry. We could take a short break then. Say 10 or 15 minutes. I think it's good for people to take a break. Sorry? 20 minutes. 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
But my apologies.
I was going to say, well, we haven't done 4. I've got 4 hours on the card.
So we'll be back at 5 minutes to 2. Application number P/HOU/2025/04198. This is about Linden Road, Manor Road, Go South St Michael, extensions and changes of property. This will be presented by Claire Lewis. Please go ahead, Claire.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'm able to see details related to a house built from the application at Linden Grove in St Michael. The proposal seeks to erect 2-storey front and side extensions, raise a ridge height, and erect front porch. This application has been brought to committee following scheme of delegation referral due to an objection received from the Bear Ballon Parish Council. The map on this slide shows the location of Linden Grove on the northern side of Manor Road. This is the site here, Manor Road runs along the front. This is the main route through the village of Gus St Michael. The site is within the Cranbourne Chase in West Wiltshire Downs National Landscape, but it is not listed, and it is not in a conservation area or other protected designation. Furthermore, there are no major or emerging plans affecting the local area. The local planning policy, the site was under the adopted Christchurch and East Dorset local plan, and in this plan, policy KS2, which underpins the spatial strategy for the local plan area, designates Gus St Michael as a village within the settlement hierarchy. Dwelling house fronts an existing street within the village envelope, and the additional garden land to the rear, which falls outside the current village envelope, is not affected by this proposed development that's being considered today. The location plan shows its site bounded in red, set in the heart of the village and surrounded by other mainly detached residences. Whilst large, the residential site is held under one ownership, and the proposal under consideration today only affects the main dwelling, as highlighted in blue on this plan on the right. So this is the property, the front elevation. Linden Grove is a detached mid-century dwelling house set within substantial grounds, including a large residential cursage and further former grazing land to the rear that was granted a certificate of lawfulness for continued use as a garden in 2010. The property is a 1.5-storey chalet design, typical of its era, with a red brick construction at ground floor level, concrete tiled roof over, and hung concrete tiles to the front gable end. The original windows on the front elevation at some point been replaced with thick framed UPVC units with glazing bars. And the UPVC porch has been added along with the single-storey garage to the east end. The property has undergone more substantial changes to the rear, with the addition of this glazed gable extension, resulting in a modern addition facing the rear garden. The proposal seeks to erect the 2-storey front and side extensions, raise the ridge, and erect a front porch. And the changes are extensive, which will result in a complete redesign of the dwelling in terms of its layout and its visual appearance within the street scene. At present, the elevation of the property looks like this. This is the front elevation and the rear, and then the east elevation and the current west elevation. The floor plans, roof plans look like this. You can see that there's less space in the first floor level than at ground floor currently due to the steep roof pitch. The proposed extensions, raised ridge and central porch addition, would result in a full 2-storey dwelling with the visual appearance as seen on the current slide. The red areas on the proposed floor plans shown on the screen indicate where development will occur, with the raising of the roof resulting in more changes to the first floor plan than the ground floor. Overall, the footprint of the building will not increase significantly, but the addition of a full height first floor level and the resulting increased ridge height will result in an overall increase in mass and scale.
The changes in height are shown in detail on this slide. The outline of the existing chalet can be seen by the blue dashed lines. The existing chalet roof has a steep pitch, and as such, raising of the ashlar wall to create a full height first floor level, and the addition of a shower pitched roof over means that the overall height of the building will only see an increase of 0.29 metres at the highest point, which is on the western end here, with the main part of the roof seeing an increase of 0.51 metres compared to existing. So the final height, maximum ridge height, would be 8.10 metres, whereas it's currently 7.8. Overbearing and overshadowing. So additional house will result from widening of the dwelling above ground floor level, and the addition of a first floor and pitched roof over the existing garage on the eastern end of the dwelling. However, due to large plot sizes and existing distances between properties, this will not result in unacceptable proximity or overbearing on neighbouring properties. To the west, the main dwelling will remain stepped back from the boundary, and there is a shared driveway leading to 3 neighbouring dwellings, which creates further natural separation. So this is the west elevation proposed, and the photograph at the top shows the existing detached single-storey garage building within Linden Grove's curtilage, and then to the west of that, this wide shared driveway separating property boundary from neighbouring properties in the west. And to the east, the new 2-storey extension will result in a larger building mass, which will give us a sense of increased proximity to neighbouring chestnuts. So this is where the east elevation 2-storey extension will go. This is neighbouring chestnuts. But the old dwelling will be moved away from the eastern boundary by 0.62 metres to reduce the impact on its neighbour. Therefore, in the balance, it's considered that sufficient space will remain between the proposed site and adjacent dwellings, and there will be no unacceptable harm to amenity from overbearing or overshadowing. Similarly, the proposed dwelling would see an overall reduction in the number and size of window openings to the side elevations, as can be seen on the screen. There are no windows proposed to the east elevation at first floor level, so this elevation here. So privacy for the existing first floor window with west elevation of neighbouring chestnuts, shown with the yellow copy here, will not be compromised. And despite there only being 2 wider windows at first floor level in the existing west elevation, serving a bedroom and a bathroom, careful designs ensure that the 2 slightly higher windows at first floor level in the new west elevation would serve non-habitable ensuite bathrooms, ensuring only occasional use. And to protect against loss of privacy, these windows would expect to be obscure glazed in accordance with the recommended condition. Following negotiation with the applicant, earlier versions of the proposed plans were amended. The original external material proposed was a light coloured render throughout, and this was replaced with red brick only with brick detailing, similar to that found in nearby infill development, such as the examples shown on the screen. The amended plans also secured heritage-style sash windows, again keeping on similar properties in the immediate area. And the originally proposed porch, which was considered too heavy and suburban, was replaced with a lightweight oak-framed design, considered more appropriate for a semi-rural setting. 2 photographs on the left side of the screen were provided by the applicant in support of this application. They are examples of the proposed brick colour, detailing, and fenestration. The photos in the middle and to the right show neighbouring older and infill dwellings on Manor Road with similar brick elevations and similar window styles, including 2-storey designs. So, other considerations were the impact on the landscape, flood risk and drainage and biodiversity. And these have been discussed in the Oxford Power Assessment. So the remaining areas to consider In terms of impact on landscape, the proposal to extend, raise the ridge height and alter the design of this single residential dwelling is not considered to result in any increased harm to Cranbrook Chase Western Yorkshire landscape. The increase in height is negligible and will not result in loss of openness or enjoyment of the protected landscape. And the style of the proposal is not considered out of character with other two-storey brick-built dwellings of similar heights and design this part of the designated national landscape. In terms of flood risk and drainage, whilst part of the wider site at the rear falls within flood zone 3, 3A and 3B, development site and its immediate surroundings do not carry any enhanced flood risk, and therefore often see that flood risk assessment was not required. And in terms of biodiversity, a biodiversity plan has been prepared for the site following ecology assessments where bat activity was found in the roof. The biodiversity plan requires an EPS licence and, by way of mitigation, a permanent bat forest replacement on site. The plan is supported by a certificate of approval from Natural England, which would be secured by condition. It's noted that no bird nesting activity was identified in the development area, and therefore no mitigation for bird activity has been proposed or required by the biodiversity plan. So in summary, the principle is acceptable, judged to be acceptable. The proposal is not considered to cause harm to the character and appearance of the area. No demonstrable harm to neighbouring community, no harm to the national landscape, and there is no demonstrable increased flood risk. Biodiversity will be protected throughout the development, mitigation is secured, and the proposal is considered to comply with all relevant policies. And we recommend that the proposal is granted, subject to the conditions set out in the official report.
Thank you, Claire. There are no speakers for this application, so I'm going straight to questions. Questions? Chancellor Brett, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I was always the first time in with something to say. Have you pictured the street scene? That would be a question for me as a question, because it says, you know, they're mostly big showy houses, which is fair enough, but it's hard to judge from that how close they are. I mean, you can sort of see the distance, but it's nice to see what will look like in the street scene, because that's the objection, isn't it? And most of the others are chalet bungalows, and therefore it's sort of actually keeping. So it'd be nice to see a street scene sign. The other one is you did show a street map with the other properties next to it, but they all seem quite big, terribly close to their side fences. So is there a usable walkway round the properties? And you know, for access, for building, for that very large dome at back. I just wondered, you know, if you had that sort of detail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Google with that.
Sorry?
Yeah, I'm just looking for the Google Street View. Today,
oh.
In terms of access around the building, there are side access retained on both sides of the building, the dwelling. But sufficient, certainly to the west, there's large access to the side. And then to the east, because the building will be set back from neighbouring chestnuts, and there will remain an offset between the proposed two-storey extension to the east side and the neighbouring chalet. In terms of your comment relating to the style of dwellings, there is a neighbouring chestnut to the east is a very similar style of chalet, but virtually all of the other homes on that road are two-storey dwellings, either full height or infill 1.5-storey dwellings, but not in a chalet style. So these two buildings are actually not that similar to the rest of the road. I'll just finish. Are
you able to show on the map or street scene?
Yeah, so just find to the slide.
Ah, okay.
Very next.
So this is the private driveway access to the west that was discussed in the presentation, which is for the neighbouring 3 dwellings west. This is the property here. So this is Linden Road, which is neighbouring Chestnuts. And then if we look this way, there's some older and infill development to the west. This is the village hall. So there's quite a few 1.5 and 2 stories in this property here. For example, it's 2-story. So there's a mixture along the road. Behind this hedge is a very large white rendered older home, which is very tall. And down here, there's quite a lot of infill within the village envelope, including these dwellings here, which are 2-story plus accommodation with belts and roof. So there is quite a mixture of different properties. And this is used as an example here, brick detailing this property. So they're looking to match something similar on the proposed development at Linden Grove.
Thank you. Can I just come?
To go back,
Just come back. Thank you very much for that. It's quite interesting, particularly this last shot. And I was just wondering, I know you're talking about brick detailing, but bearing in mind where this place is in the Dorset landscape, have any suggestions been made about flint and brick? Because flint and brick is the what's the word, vernacular for these villages, and that would break up this massing of this sort of big dull prison looking thing a bit more, which would be rather nice. I just wondered if discussions were happening.
Yes, go ahead, Claire, please.
Just looking at the conditions now. So there's no conditions on there are no conditions on the materials because the materials were provided in advance through the photographic examples. But that's why we felt that it wasn't necessary to impose any further material conditions.
Do you need to come back on that?
I'm not sure which does our developing design code for Dorset cover these talking and brick, flint and properties yet. I don't know if it can tell us or not. I'm not quite up to speed on which we looked at, which hasn't. So I just thought it would be quite a nice suggestion because you have this sort of red brick is brick, even if it's got different tail courses. And seeing you being interested in these things at the moment, I just want to know what discussions were carrying on. But no accent to us.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
it is in the national landscape, so the materials will be, important. We don't have anything in our design code that's specific at the moment that we can sort of cite, but we do have policies in the NPPF that ensure you need to have good design in national landscape. So if the committee felt that the materials needed to be conditioned, we could have materials conditioned that ask for the samples. But we have got that level of detail in terms of the brick branding that's shown on this plan here, but that isn't part of the condition at the moment.
So it's a suggestion rather than a condition.
It shows it as what they intend to use, but they use something slightly different. We haven't got a condition that would be a breach of that. So if it's not actually shown on the plan itself, then if they use something slightly different, we might have that control over it. The planning condition that says a sample to be submitted and it must be then carried out in accordance with that sample would be more binding if you felt that was necessary.
I was
so giving suggestions of what they might do basically through their submission, through their design.
Yeah.
I would
We're not architects, we're designers.
Those drafts are on the plan as well. So they are on the planning drawing, so they would need to do them in accordance with that. Apologies. So I think we're pretty okay on what they've been using.
I think it looks really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can we just go to debate now?
Can I move on to
debate?
No. Please, I think we're more north. The size of the Polish team, what is the square footage of that loan to what the existing Polish? And also, what bedrooms?
Why does that matter?
So, and that's my first question.
So I don't have the proposed measurements of the proposed floor plans compared to existing. But what I would note is that on the screen now, this area here at the front and side with the red outline, that's the only additional footprint to the property in terms of physical footprint on the ground. Beyond that, it's the greater development in a personal level, which is allowed for by the raising of the ashlar wall. In terms of bedroom size and bedroom numbers, the bedrooms are slightly larger. There is an increase in the number of en suites. But overall, the property will remain a 4-bedroom property as a single dwelling, not significantly larger, which is mentioned in the report and in the assessment that the overall footprint and mass of the building is not significantly larger than existing.
My other question is, show the slide of the street scene on there. It's been mentioned that they're coming down the hill in the Desert St Michael. This property will be straight in front of you. You got any photograph or anything? Looking at it that way, because you come down the hill and that's what we're looking.
I believe that's coming down Parsonage Hill, which would be the same view that we just showed on the street view, because you'd be looking at the property from the front elevation as you come down Parsonage Hill past the village hall on your left. So I think that the view would be very much similar to what we just saw on the screen.
Okay, thank you. So, Brian, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a few comments first to make. I'm looking at the objections here, and some of them are non-planning, not objections, so I'm covering some of those. I've got a few questions though. But one related to the objections picking up the planning notices. Is that relevant to us here today? No. When they were put up, when they were taken down, and so on, is that a relevant factor? Because I know there's a couple of comments about that.
That's been resolved, because we looked at the dates and the planning notices, and they were erected on a certain date, and the dates were noted on the application, and there was the sufficient 21 days was allowed for comments from the public. So,
thanks, Claire. That's perfect. Thank you. I also note about the first floor should be tile hung. I'm not sure if that's practical under the circumstances, but I can see what the current building has got a tile hung on the gable end, but I don't see that that's relevant for the future building.
I think from a design perspective, the style of the building is being, as was mentioned, quite significantly altered, and therefore it's not a shy design anymore that would typically suit that style on the frontage. And we feel that the building material and the use of the brick detailing would be sufficient replacement in this setting.
Thank you, Claire. Perfect. The ridge height, your comment there that should remain the same as the existing house, consistent with the previous Dorset Council stipulations. I'm not aware of that, and I don't think the ridge height is relevant in this or any other case. Well, it's relevant in some cases, but not in this case.
Would you like to come back on that?
Come back to that one in a moment. Big discussion.
Thank you. And I also note the roof windows, potential lighting or potential harm from lighting, but I'm not convinced that's a factor that we need to be worried about.
In terms of the national landscape roof lights,
yeah,
there's only 2 proposed.
The dark skies.
Roof lights, yeah. Oh yes, so certainly in a bedroom, there are some roof lights in there, but in the context of being surrounded by the built form and the limited number, officers don't consider that would be detrimental to the area and being national landscape. And sorry, Michelle, the question on the roof light, can we have on the ridge height, can we have that again, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I'm just looking at there's a comment and the objections here. The ridge height should remain the same as the existing house, consistent with previous Dorset Council stipulations in 2007. I'm not aware of any restrictions or stipulations at all. Can you just confirm, please?
Oh, thank you, Chair. No, officers aren't aware of any stipulation there or any sort of specific policy that requires that. We have to look at each application on its own merits, and we're not aware of that requirement in any sort of policy or guidance that we could find.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Now, I have no more further comments or things, and if anybody's but I can see why the local people, some people might have an objection to it because it will change the street scene. But I don't think we've got enough reason here to refuse it, so I'm happy to propose it.
I'm very happy to second that.
No.
We have to have a comment.
Say that again.
Thank you, Chair. Linda, right down that board. Before we go to the vote, can I just ask? I read through the mitigation, the biodiversity mitigation, no mention of bird and bat boxes, particularly slip boxes, given the height of this proposed building. I'm sure the Swiss would love to whiz around there. So I was wondering if we could at all add to the condition for bird and bat and slip boxes or swift bricks, please. The report that was undertaken identified bat activity in the roof of the existing property, and that has mitigation imposed by a condition to install a replacement roost. There was no bird activity identified during the ecology assessments that would have required us to put some mitigation in place. But that's not to say that we couldn't at this stage, if you were going to approve, we couldn't amend the biodiversity plan, but we could potentially add an additional condition, perhaps a bird box on the rear elevation or the side elevation or in a by tree. There are a lot of trees on site, so it's likely that there is bird activity with the trees, but not the house.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Anything that can be done, I'm sure it will benefit the
ecology. Great. Okay, thank you. Do we have any comments? Councillor Fry.
Yeah, Chair, picking up on what my colleague said, I'm looking at the conditions now. I don't see anything specifically written down about bat boxes, bird boxes, or anything biodiversity. And I think if we could add a condition appropriate condition. I wouldn't like to say which side you put the boxes on. I'd rather leave that to the experts because I'm not an expert in that side. So appropriately mounted bird and back boxes, please. And any other boxes that fit on the side.
Yes, just two comments, Chairman.
Comments now.
Comments, yeah. The proposed design, I think is out of character for the rule setting. What did strike me when it came up here was here in front of us, such a big property in that restricted site, to me it looked like overdevelopment. So to me it's the wrong sort of design house in the rules.
Thank you, Councillor Jones.
I disagree entirely. I think the design is absolutely super, and we have to accept there must be progress, and that is progress. That's what people want to live in. And to be absolutely honest, it's in a great location with plenty of space around it in a garden. I see no reason, and I know my colleague Councillor Fry has proposed it. I'm very happy to second it. I don't think we should get wound up about finishes and materials. None of us are design experts or architects or anything like that. That is a good design. It's really well fitting there, and I hope we pass it. Thank you.
I'd like to emphasise what Councillor Jones just said there. Sorry. It's an excellent design and well presented. Thank you very, very much. And the outlay plans are shown as it is, and it is quality application.
Good.
I like it very much.
Like it.
And
Very nice.
yes, I see there's a proposal, the Chair.
Yeah, so do we have any more comments or questions? So we have a proposer then and a seconder. Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm happy with it to continue. If that one condition can be added on there, please. Thank you. That, and as one of my colleagues whispered in our ear, possibly B bricks as well, whether they can be included. If it's
You've gone from back boxes to B bricks. Should we have hedgehog houses as well?
Well, I've got the floor and the microphones on. I just wonder whether that can be appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can we just check with
To cover that, we could add a condition that says prior to first occupation, the addition of a bird box should be installed and then thereafter retained, if that would be satisfactory.
Should you change that to Swift?
Yeah, that's satisfactory.
No, just leave
Swift
it.
boxes.
They go with the eaves, don't they? So the Swift, the actual building itself, depends on how specific you'd like to be.
Councillor Ryder.
I was just going to say Swifts will go into boxes.
That's what those will go underneath.
So are you being specific enough here? Yeah.
The Swift box.
Yeah, a box. Right, okay, so I think we have a proposer, Councillor Jones, and a seconder, Councillor Taylor.
No, it was Councillor Fry and Councillor Jones.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Councillor Fry proposed.
Oh, so I'm really sorry. Councillor Fry proposed. Councillor Jones seconded. Really sorry about that. You get that right. So I think we now can go to the vote. So for those people who agree, please put your hands up. So we have 8 in agreement of the recommendation. Anyone against? 1 against? Any abstentions? No abstentions. Okay, thank you very much for that.
Last one.
So this is application P/HOU/2025/04198. The recommendation has been accepted by the committee. So that's decided to go ahead with the recommendation. So the next application is P/HOU/2025/04198. 06200 Angel Lane, Shaftesbury, to provide access from the rear garden through a gate to be presented by Claire. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I will now be presenting another household application related to Angel Lane on Shaftesbury. I'm presenting on behalf of Case Officer Pete Markham, who was not available to attend today. Proposal seeks to form an opening in an existing rear garden wall and install a timber access gate, and is brought to committee because part of the proposed development would affect those council-owned land. The map on this slide shows the location of 8 Angel Lane in the centre of Shaftesbury. The proposed site is located inside the designated settlement boundary, and it complies with the spatial strategy for development set out in Policy 2, the North Wilson Local Plan. This aerial photograph shows the red line site of the application. Red line of the application site.
God.
And this slide illustrates that the red line boundary of the application site includes a small portion of Dorset Council owned land, which is within the Angel Lane car park to the rear of the property. So it's just this little triangular purple area here, denoted by the yellow. So 8 Angel Lane is part of a terrace which forms the grade 2 listed building 8 to 12 Angel Lane. To the rear of the site, a Shaftesbury green sandstone wall with a timber fence above marks the boundary of the site with the car park. Photographed with the red circle is the view towards the principal elevation of the property from Angel Lane. So this white property here. Photographed with the blue triangle is the view northwest towards the proposed new access from Angel Lane car park. So the access would be in this part of the boundary wall. And the photograph with the yellow diamond is the view from east from Angel Lane car park to the rear boundary of the property. So the boundary of the property is this wall, this green sandstone wall here, and then it goes around to the right, and that's the photograph. For context, the current arrangement only allows access to this property from the principal elevation of the dwelling. The front of the dwelling house is set very close to the highway, with a narrow cobbled path separating the principal elevation from the road. This path is not wide enough to act as a pedestrian walkway, meaning pedestrians have to walk along the road. And there is currently no access from the rear of the site. Photograph of the blue cross shows that there is currently no access through the wall to the rear. Photograph of the purple hexagon shows the existing front door taken from inside 8 Angel Lane. And the photographs of the green cross and the orange star show Angel Lane outside the property from the south and the north, where there's no pedestrian walkway and the road is very narrow. So on this slide is the existing floor plan for the rear boundary wall. This here. And on this slide, you can see the proposed floor plan of the rear boundary wall with the proposed access. And I've attached a photograph here to show the same piece of wall, and the small access would be just here on the plan. The proposal would remove a section of rockery that's located on Dorset Council-owned land in the car park. A small ramp would be laid that would lead to the newly formed access, which would allow for a mobility vehicle to exit from the property garden via a gate into the car park. The location of the proposed access would not lead directly onto a road within the car park, but would lead onto an area currently designated for motorcycle parking. So this area here to the south is a single motorcycle parking area. It's not designated for cars. And on this slide, you can see an existing elevation of the rear boundary wall, which you can see is currently quite overgrown, and it's to be amended as part of the application. On this slide, you can see the proposed elevations of the rear boundary wall with the proposed access installed, and it is intended that any additional stone or water to be used would match the existing stonework. The proposal would result in a pedestrian access onto an area designated for motorcycle parking within the car park and not directly onto a highway. It's considered that this would not be a harmful point of access, and as demonstrated in the officer's report, no concerns have been raised by third parties. It's also noted that there are a number of existing access points from nearby properties into Angel Lane car park, as can be shown in the various images on this slide. So again, different symbols denoting which access is which, and there are several leading directly into the car park. The proposal site is located within the Shaftesbury conservation area, shown by the dotted lines and blue dotted section. The red stars on this map indicate this building is in Shaftesbury. As previously indicated, 8 Angel Lane forms part of this grey-listed group of buildings, 8 to 12 Angel Lane. And the rear boundary rule subject to this application first appears on a late 1960s map and is not considered to hold any historical or architectural interest. It is within the conservation area and it is traditionally built in Shaftesbury green sandstone and therefore makes a positive contribution to the conservation area. It's not considered that the proposed development will lead to harm to listed buildings or character or appearance of the conservation area. The proposal will also not result in the unacceptable loss of historic fabric, and the design of the new opening is considered appropriate. Furthermore, the proposed scheme received listed building consent on application listed building 2024-07125 on the 29th of September 2025, as there was no harm identified to the conservation area or the listed assets beyond. Conditions requiring further information to be provided relating to the proposed mortar mix and stone were included on this consent and have not yet been discharged. So in summary, the principle is acceptable. The proposal is not considered to harm the character or appearance of the conservation area or the grade 2 listed building and its setting. The proposal is not considered to give any rise to highway safety concerns, given that the proposed point of access is not onto a highway, but onto a car park. No concerns have been raised related to the location of the proposed access within the car park. The development would not adversely impact residential amenity and would comply with the local plan, neighbourhood plan, and the NPPF, with no material plan consideration indicated otherwise. Therefore, it's officer recommendation to grant planning permission subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Claire. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Claire, that was very detailed, very thorough, and explained really well, thank you. I've also looked at the conditions that applied to this one, and pending questions or discussion, I'm happy to propose it and say we move on with it because you've explained so well. And there's also the presidency set for other people walking over access there. So let's just move on.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Any more questions just before we go forward?
No.
Councillor Wood.
Yes, thank you. Just about the liability insurance risk as you mentioned here. Is that actually applicable for consideration now?
So following legal advice last week, we did contact the head of parking services to discuss if there were any implications, and he confirmed that there would need to be a separate agreement between Dorset Council and the applicants to allow access onto the car park, and that may involve moving some of the existing parking spaces, but that's not a planning consideration.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Should like to second I second the confirmation that Councillor Fry's recommended proposal, and I'd like to second that. Thank you. They go forward as an excellent application. Thank you, well presented.
Okay, thank you. So proposal by Councillor Fry, seconded by Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Cooper.
Any comments?
Any comments before we? No. So
it's an easy
peasy. So we'll go straight to the vote. For those in favour, please put your hands.
Well, that's 9.
So 9 in favour, presumably, and no one against. So that's unanimous. Right. So the application /2025/06200 has been accepted, and the committee will accept the recommendations, decide to go with that. Okay, so finishing the agenda, we have no urgent items, do we, John?
No items.
No exempt items. So I close the meeting now.